Hey, we're live and we're doing something that we have literally never ever done before in Carl's Wine Club, right, Carl?
Absolutely. First time ever. Welcome, everyone. It's an exciting day.
So, what are we doing?
We're going to taste our crafted in BC wine, which mean from the 2024 vintage, where we were deprived of our own grape. We went down in Washington State, Oregon, and California to bring some grapes back to the Okanagan. Now it's release time. We're tasting these wines live here and with some winemakers joining us as well.
Yeah, so there's a
So
big story behind that. And especially in the climate right now, you're going to want to know the whole backstory before you make any decisions on this. It's a fascinating story. I think it's a very positive story. And I think you guys are going to love it. So, stay tuned.
stay tuned.
Hey, Canadian wine lovers.
Carl's Wine Club members, everyone across the country, Mira Boucher, everybody, welcome. It's Saturday afternoon, 4 o'clock Pacific, evening time, 7 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. Welcome, everybody. It's an exciting evening. It's an exciting time because we are going outside the box. We are doing something that we've never done before. We're doing something that the Okanagan has never done before, that the BC wineries have never done before. And I mean, despite all of the negativity out there, we are here to be positive. We are here to taste some BC wines who are not made like usually made, not by choice, but by necessity. And we are embracing the moment. We are embracing what's in front of us. And I'm super freaking excited to taste the 45 wines that I have in front of me. So,
A lot of
yes.
wines, Carl Boucher. It's a lot of wines. So, yeah, what started as usual, us saying, okay, let's taste, like a flight of wines from the Washington, Oregon, outside of those places, crafted in BC series to tell the story, because I think it's a very timely story, so people know what went on there. And oh, you're having some trouble there, Carl.
I know. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. We just can't see you.
Okay. I touched something that I shouldn't have. So, okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to hear you louder, but anyway, this
Okay.
thing.
So,
Anyway,
so I think
it's
what's
tricky.
interesting with this, you guys, is the situation we're in now, where there's a lot of tension between Canada and the United States in terms of trade, was non-existent when this all went down a year and a bit ago. And the decisions that were made at that time have actually a really positive spin to them. Because Carl and I, when we heard, oh my gosh, January 2024, we had minus 56 in the Okanagan. Or sorry, minus,
Whoa.
no, we had minus,
Whoa.
no, for 56 hours. Okay, for 56 hours straight, we had minus 21 and below. And minus 21 is around where the grapevines get damaged or can actually die. Right. So the freaking Okanagan Lake nearly froze in some places, froze right over. I mean, that hasn't happened here since the 50s and 60s. So definitely it's a kind of a once in a lifetime event that you get so much cold across the Okanagan for such a long time. If there were to be just like 2 hours at minus 23, farmers have ways to deal with that. They might bring in like some helicopters for a couple hours to increase airflow and bring the temperature up by half a degree, and save the grape harvest in January or February. But when it's 56 hours, I mean, there's not much you can do at that point. It's pretty sad. And so I would say what? 85 to 95% of the wineries in BC lost their entire crop. Right,
Yeah,
Carl?
I think the numbers are like in average, it's 95% of the BC, 95% of the BC harvest was lost
Wow.
across the board. So that's mean there's 5%. So I mean, this is tiny, tiny, tiny. This is like I said, like when we find one producer who has a barrel of one SKU, we're like, oh my God, there's something that I know for a fact that a Painted Rock, because they have a very specific location where they were able to salvage a little bit. They're gonna do a rosé, they're gonna do a white. I know that Tightrope has a one barrel of Riesling from one block of their Naramata Bench vineyard that they miraculously had available, but I mean, like 95% had nothing. But the good thing here, one of the positive thing, Mira, is the vine death rate is much slower that we were expecting after when we started to assess the disaster. And like the first report were like, oh my God, we may have lost 50% of our vines, and we'll have like to have a once in a lifetime replant program and this and that. But we're realizing that most of our vines has survived, so this is very, very positive. And now but that didn't help for the 2024 vintage. And for people who are in the wine business, it's something very obvious for them. But for people on the outset, it's not always that obvious. So 2024, if you don't have grapes available, Mira, you want to jump in and say something?
No, go on.
No? Okay. If you don't have grapes, so that's mean from the 2024 vintage, you won't have anything. It makes at least 2 years. It takes at least 2 years to make a red wine, right? If you want to go put it in barrels and have it to do the proper process to get to a bold and juicy red wine, you need at least 2 years. Rosé and white, it's an 8-month turnaround. That's the cash flow part of most of the wineries, right?
That's what they pour at the tasting rooms in the summer. Those are the wines that people will buy by the case because it's just fun to have around when you have guests coming over. Yeah, so like you said, it's the cash flow part of their business. It's the part that they don't have to wait 3, 4, 5 years to see a return on, like you do with the reds, right?
Exactly. So these wines are non-existent. So, and most of the whites, they go through their whole inventory year in and year out. So what do you do if you don't have anything to serve in the spring when you open your tasting room? If you don't have wine to serve at your tasting room, that's mean you're not open. So, and also there's another factor here is that you have a team that you employed year round, which are vineyard manager, which are cellar hands, which is vineyard crew, which is also tasting room team. These people are on your payroll for some of our wineries here for years. People are employing the
Decade.
same people, right? What do you do if you don't have wine to sell and your tasting room is not open? You can't have staff on your payroll. So they had to do something for most of the wineries. There was a no choice. Let's make sure that we all understand that it was not an option. So
So here are the three options the wineries might have had. Okay. If they were very lucky, they had a stockpile of wine. Okay. Very lucky, or maybe they'd had a hard time selling their wine recently. And so they had a stockpile and they said, you know what? This is actually some kind of blessing in disguise because we're going to be able to go through some of this older inventory that we needed to sell anyway. So that's one category of wineries, but that was very few wineries had a stockpile. Okay. There's another group of wineries where they might have had a little bit of local grape, like maybe like a 10%, 20% of their normal crop. because maybe where their vineyard was, they just got lucky. They just got a part of their vineyard that didn't get as cold for as long, and the air was flowing through there, and they got lucky, and they got a 10, 20, maybe 30% crop. And they said, you know what?
20. Yeah. I mean, like
Maybe
this is
20.
like,
Yeah. And so there's very few of those wineries that said, okay, well, we're going to just deal with the stock. We might sell out. We have a 30% crop. We're going to deal with it. And then the rest of the wineries, yes, to stay open, they're going to have to bring in grapes or juice from somewhere else. And Carl and I, we said, perfect. Ontario in 2024 had a bumper crop. They had to throw out grapes. They had so many grapes. It was just so horribly ironic. And Daryl's got some Clausen Chase Cold Creek 2020 Pinot Noir. Sounds amazing. Way to go.
I had the Cold Creek Chardonnay 2020 the other day, and jeezy moly, this one is good. After being open on the second night, it was an absolute, like, it was a 94 point after the second day open. So
See if
yeah.
you can save yourself some wine for tomorrow to see what you mean, what Carl means by the second day open.
Challenge, Daryl. We're
There you go.
challenging you here to save some for tomorrow.
Yeah, it opens up. It opens up.
So Mira, you talk about the first option. So we brought. So I'll let you keep going.
So we brought what, like 55, 60.
That was 62 different samples of Ontario bulk wines that we brought here in the Okanagan early April, late March.
Yeah, of last year. Okay. Because that's when the wineries were figuring out, what the heck are we going to do? Are we going to bring in grapes from Washington State or Oregon or California, or some were looking internationally for bulk juice? Are we going to bring in something from Ontario? We were researching, can you even refrigerate and bring grapes from Ontario without compromising the quality? So most likely it was like, no, it's going to have to be the pressed juice. But researching, how do you do that? Can you get big enough, like, juice trucks? Like, how do you do it, right? So it was quite complex. And on top of that, sadly, the interprovincial restrictions on this and the lack of clarity about what would happen to these wineries tax-wise if they're going to do this was probably one of the biggest unknowns and biggest impediments. That was the reality. So it was clearer and easier and faster to go down to Washington State, but there was a crucial part of why a lot of wineries went to Washington State and Oregon. And it was because they wanted to keep the part of their team employed that deals with picking the grapes, harvesting the grapes, and pressing the grapes, and then everything that happens after that. They wanted to keep that team going.
And also, Mira, there is another factor here is the style of the wines. So what we mean here, it's Ontario is at 4,000 kilometers east. We're talking about a completely different terroir. When we talk about Washington State or Oregon, we're talking the Pacific Northwest here, which is very close. So logistically, it's very easy, or much easier, but also stylistically.
Yes.
The Okanagan Valley, it's the northern tip of the Sonora Desert. When you go to Washington State, the Columbia Valley, it's the Columbia Valley, the extension of the Columbia Valley, it's the Okanagan Valley.
Yeah. So if you look at this map, like down the very southernmost part of BC's wine region is at Osoyoos. Well, literally some of the vineyards in Osoyoos are technically part of the United States. It's just that.
And where we start, when you find my map, and when we get the map that a little later, you'll see starting, like there's a few northern, oh, it's a little small sheet. I can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Anyway, some of the AVAs that are in Columbia Valley aren't 2 hours, 2.5 hours from the Okanagan, from the border. So stylistically, the winemakers were really attracted to the Washington State wine because of the understanding of the climate, the understanding of the soil, the understanding of what you get. It's not exactly the same, obviously. We see from between Okanagan Falls and Killeen that there's difference, right? So I mean, like, yeah, we we totally understand, but the similarity, it was much greater with the Columbia Valley in Washington State than it was with Ontario. And the logistic was another part where it freaks the shit out of our producer. Is how to bring 3,500 our grapes or our juice 3,500 kilometers west without damaging, without possibly altering the product. So that was one of the biggest factor as well.
So this is what it was. Like, there's that commitment to
Come
quality.
on in. Sorry.
We got some members here.
Guests start arriving.
That's awesome. So, I mean, it's that commitment to quality. They felt that they could deliver a better quality because being so close, they're going to be able to more closely monitor. And we'll see in the interviews with the winemakers today. I mean, some BC wineries had their crews actually live at the vineyards in Washington during harvest and even some parts of the season, right? Oh, how are you, Luke? Do you want to come say hi? This is Luke Whitall, and he's written number of books. What? The Sipster's Guide?
Sipster's Pocket Guides, yeah.
Sipster's
Hey,
Pocket Guide.
Luke, welcome, buddy. Nice to have you on.
How you doing?
I'm doing great. I haven't even started to taste yet, so welcome.
You're
Hey,
right on
Mira,
time, Luke.
I've never worked with the darn iPhone of my entire life. I've been on Android my whole life.
Okay.
Now, in front of me on my screen, it's an iPhone. How do I find the freaking volume so I can hear you better?
Yeah, it's a button. I'm gonna show Luke on this one. Oh, so he knows which button it is? Yeah. So it's this. Yeah, there's 3 here, and it's that one in the middle.
Okay.
Maybe you can help him out. Thanks
There you go. Thank you. And I don't want to fuck up the whole thing. And
Right. Thanks, Luke. So perfect timing because we're about to start tasting the wines, but also, so Luke's going to show you how to turn up the volume. But okay, we have to back up a few steps. I'm going to get you that map of Washington. So now we know, like in a nutshell, why did the BC winemakers go to Washington State, Oregon, some of them, lots of other places. A few went to Ontario. Interestingly, they actually sent their crews who live in Ontario and work in Ontario to get those grapes, press the juice, and then they brought the bulk juice in tankers out here. But why did they do it? 56 hours plus at minus 21 Celsius and colder throughout the Okanagan, killed many vines. They had to be replanted, and over 90% of the wineries lost all of their grapes. So it was a do or die situation for most wineries. They had to do something to keep their vineyard teams employed, their cellar teams employed, the tasting rooms open, the tasting room teams employed.
Mira, can you hear me?
I can, but I lost the camera.
Of course, me too. So that's the fun part. Now I don't know how to get back to the camera, and
yeah, you can come up here if you want. So
no, because all the wine is downstairs. So
yeah, temporarily. So what I wanted to say though is let's back up a few steps, because I shared this news about what happened to the BC harvest and that everyone should be prepared to see this Crafted in BC series. And that I think we should very much be supporting this series, because even though the grapes are not Canadian grapes necessarily, like we just said, they're very close, and these wineries had no other choice to stay open. We got to support them. And they were very, very thoughtful in how they brought this all together. It has nothing to do with some of these bulk wine companies you see out there that put all sorts of wines in their, boxed wine, Apothic, I don't even know the names, Bodega, there's some lines with that Peller does and Jackson Triggs do that are actually American grapes, and they call them, Canadian wine with international and domestic products or something like that. It has nothing to do with that. Nothing. So it's really important for us to support the crafted in BC wines from our favorite wineries that we already know and trust. Very important to do that. But yeah, if we back up a little bit, I made a post about this. And then in that big, huge Made in Canada group, you know, the one with like 1.2 million members, and 99% of the comments were so supportive of the wineries. But there were some that could not understand, like I literally had a few people ask, how come they didn't just make ice wine with it? Okay. So I think it's really important to understand what happened. This was in January that we had the deep freeze. And there were no grapes on the vines in January. Okay. The grapes got picked in 2023 in September, in October, maybe in November or December for ice wine.
What?
And in January, there were no grapes. Yes, Carl.
Yeah, no, keep going. Sorry.
Yeah. And so then this is what we mean by bud death. You might hear that in the interviews from the winemakers today. Inside of the canes of the vines, right? There's 3 little sets of buds that kind of like open up, and that's what turns into the leaves and the grapes later, right? Well, this is what they look like if you cut them open, what you see on the screen there. And it has like 3 parts to the vine, to the like, it's got like a backup system built into the vines, right? There's the primary bud, the secondary, and the tertiary bud. So sometimes it gets really cold and it kills the one of these buds, right? I don't know which one. I'm not a viticulturist, but let's say it kills the primary buds, but then the secondary and tertiary buds come in and you still get grapes, okay? But because it was so cold for so long, for 56 hours straight, all 3 of these backup systems shut down in the vines and died. So I think it's important for people to know like a little bit about how that happened, because you'll probably hear the winemakers talking about it. So when it dies, it looks like that, right? And yeah.
Okay, so Mira, so let's move on to the tasting, because now I have all that wine here and it's gonna start to get warm. And what we want to do here today, that's my promise to everybody. I want to keep the positive of that, all of that bull crap.
So freaking movie.
Okay, so
and let's talk about how excited are we to taste these wines, because these are varietals. Like for me, I don't normally taste some of these varietals.
yeah, exactly. So and we've seen some common ground, like for all the samples that we get, mostly Pinot Gris. It's the one of the biggest, that's the grape varietals who came back the most to the Okanagan. Sauvignon Blanc, a lot of Sauvignon Blanc was purchased, and we have lots of sample of Sauvignon Blanc. Everybody almost made a rosé. You know why? Because that's what you want at your tasting room, right? So we have a bunch of rosés, a bunch of Pinot Gris, a bunch of Sauvignon Blanc, a few Chenin Blanc, couple of Albarinos, also a few Viogniers here and there, and basically that's what we're gonna be tasting today. And again, the wines are good because they work with some great fruits down there. It was a great alternative. The price point is good as well. And guess what? When you purchase these wines, the money is not going into Donald Trump's pocket. I mean, let's be real here. I mean, there's that Trumpophobia right now. Like people are dreaming of nightmare about Donald Trump, and now, no, the money's gonna go in his pocket. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. These grapes were purchased last year. It's coming back here in BC, in Caledon, in Penticton, in Summerland, in Oliver. You know, all of our small communities who employ all of these employees and keep our wineries alive. I mean,
Yeah.
that's the reality of that. Donald Trump has nothing to do with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's so important that we know what this crafted in BC is all about. And that's why we got to hear these stories from the winemakers themselves. Who's going to join us for an interview, Carl?
I have pre-recorded interview with Seth Jacks, which is the assistant winemaker viticulturist at Fort Barons in
Okay.
Lillooet, BC. He has a really cool story because he moved to the Columbia River. He moved there for 3.5 months.
Wow.
And Alejandro, the head winemaker, stayed at the winery, kept doing what he's doing at the winery, and Seth moved down there. So this is a
Wow.
really cool story. So Fort Barons, Seth Jacks, we have Alison Moyes from Solvero here in Summerland. We have Mark Hopley at Hester Creek in Oliver on the Golden Miles. We also have a really cool story. Logistically, it was so interesting to hear Mark talking about, because this is a big operation at Hester Creek. So Mark's going to talk about it. And I have a fourth one. You'll see.
Sorry,
It's on the,
you said Solvero?
I did
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
Solvero.
Okay. Anyway, we got lots of interviews coming up. It's going to be awesome. So
And
stay tuned
and
and let's
Rob
get
Hammersley is
tasting.
going to be here live as well.
Oh,
Rob's going
yeah.
to join me live a little later on. So yeah, that's a little bit what we're up to right now.
Very exciting. Very exciting. So how are we going to do this? The first flight of wines, Carl Boucher. What do you want to
Yeah,
do?
so let's start with Pinot Gris. Okay, I have what 6, 8 Pinot Gris. Okay, from different places. So I have different AVAs. So agricultural viticultures area in the states. Okay, so pretty much all in Washington states. For the Pinot Gris, they're all from Washington states. From AVAs like White Bluff, from AVAs like I need to figure out my spreadsheet here. Yeah, Ancient Lakes, Yakima Valley. So we're gonna see some different style of Pinot Gris. Yakima down south is much hotter, much warmer than Ancient Lake is in the northern part of the Washington state. So we're gonna have some different stories to tell. And what I'm very interested in, I want to taste. I want to taste these wines. I want to see how they rate side by side each other. Okay, so I'm gonna start with Red Rooster. Red Rooster Winery. They're located on the Ramada Bench. It's a Peller Estate facility. So wineries have used different strategies to market these wines. Some try to hide it as much as possible because of fear of retaliation from the customer, from I don't know. But truth and labeling was extremely important when we had these conversations. We wanted to make sure that our people, the purchaser, the customer, the Carl's Wine Club members of the world, these Canadian wine lovers know exactly when they purchase a wine with different type of origin. So here, Red Rooster has done a good job there's a red stripe on the side, and they called it their Outbound series. Different name, same label, but you have kind of a big Washington states here on the side. Okay, there's no sub AVAs, so that's mean the fruits are coming from all over Columbia Valley. The Columbia Valley, because it's Columbia Valley AVA, so the generic. It's like if I say Okanagan, right? It's not Okanagan Falls. It's not uh, East Kelowna Slope. It's not Golden Mile. It's only Okanagan Valley. So the grape can come from all over the Okanagan. Here, when it's Columbia Valley appellation, that can come from the biggest Washington state regional appellation, which is Columbia Valley. 100% Pinot Gris. Let me see here if I have more, because I did some research a little bit for each and every wine. 13% alcohol. I don't have a release price yet because this wine is not on the market yet. This wine should be released in the next couple of weeks. If I look at what they're selling right now, it should be around the $24 before tax on the retail side.
And so
So
this is Red Rooster Outbound Series Pinot Gris.
Yes.
And you're telling me it is a rosé or it's a Pinot
It's
Gris?
a Pinot Gris.
Okay. So on the
I'm
sheet,
doing all Pinot Gris right now.
oh, you're going to start with Pinot Gris. Okay,
I'm
sounds good.
my 8 Pinot Gris are out there.
Perfect. So on
Okay.
the sheet, you
Oh,
guys, that
here.
I've linked in the comments, if you want to see the list of wines, it is there. So you can see that we're on Pinot Gris. And you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right?
8, yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
So I start to taste. It's pretty shy on the nose. There's not a big bouquet. Usually Pinot Gris you can get spit mug, or right here on that one you can put a bunch, like if you look at the top shelf, there's going to be a bunch of red cups. These are my Chinese cups that they messed up 3 times, and yeah, so sorry.
You're gonna blame someone actually. Well, they were coming from India, but yes,
India, sorry. Okay. So this Pinot Gris here, shy on the nose. It's not that usual fruit cup orchard expression. Fairly shy on the nose. The palate, there's a little bit of bitterness on the back palate. Mostly, I would say red apple, a little bit of orange into it, a little bit of grassiness too, surprising for a Pinot Gris. Geez, that was an aggressive swirl here. um, so yeah, so I don't get a whole lot here. Fairly straightforward. Little tartness on the back end. Sorry, which I kind of like. That little tartness in the back end, like a little bit like citrus peel, kind of finishing off the tasting profile quite nicely. I would say here we are in front of 89 points. Okay, with Red Rooster Outbound Series Pinot Gris. 89. And I wanted to start, well, so I have Red Rooster here, and I'm going to move on with another Paler Estate winery. We're going to go from Nermata Bench down to Oliver on the Golden Mile. One of the original wineries in BC was Tinhorn Creek. Sandra Oldfield started Tinhorn in the 90s. Was very successful, almost an iconic winery from the Golden Miles. And Mira and I tasted lots of back vintage of Tinhorn from the past, all the way back to 1998, I believe. The wines are aging fantastically. So we have here their Pinot Gris as well. So if you look at what they're doing here, the label, there's no specific name for their series, but clearly here on the front label down below, Washington State. So it's clearly specify on the front label, with a little bit of a story on the back, just mentioning about the frost, and that they were sourcing grapes from the Columbia Valley. So there's no vineyard designation, no sub AVA. It's a generic sourcing here. Same thing. I didn't really have a a lot of information online, which is it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. It's probably not released yet. It's not on their website. 12.9% alcohol. So a little bit
Yeah,
more.
what's that? And
No,
we
go
don't know
ahead.
the prices for these two, but my guess is going to be lower in price, right? You always know from a wine if they're not specifying like a specific vineyard, or they're not super specific about the appellation, the AVA. But that's probably what these are meant to be for, is just like super enjoyable patio type of wines, right?
Yeah, but the one like I'm also looking at the others, like let's say with Red Rooster, the Pinot Gris from last year, right? Even if it's a different source, the Pinot Gris was $24. So I don't think that it would be much different. I'm not expecting a $32, but I'm neither expecting a $19 wine, right? It should be in the same
Similar. Similar.
ballpark.
Right.
But Tinhorn Creek here, one thing here that I noticed is the color is different.
Hmm.
Hello. Joanna and Clay Martin are in the house. Welcome, BC Wine Reviews. Nice to see you guys. So yeah, the color is different. The Tinhorn Creek is a little more. You can tell there's more skin contact, a little bit more darker yellow. A little bit more expressive on the nose, much more peachy, a much more orchard fruit. To me, it's more varietals. Like I can, okay, like if I close my eyes and you put that in my glass, I know this is a, Pinot Gris right from the get go.
Hey, quick question for you. So Daryl's asking if you find an Alsatian one, let me know. I don't know anything about Alsace, so what are the odds that we would find a more Alsatian wine down in Washington State than we would like in BC?
I mean, when we talk about Alsatian Pinot Gris, it's something more, especially when we're looking at cru and all that. These wines have been aged in oak. These wines have been cellared for a while before release. So stylistically, we're talking about 8 months process here. I'm not expecting anything Alsatian style with the really creamy texture, depth, minerality. I don't really expect that. What I'm expecting in front of me, it is pretty much all patio pounder. That's more my expectation. And when I'm looking at Alsatian Pinot Gris, to me, it's much more of a food wine, much more of a to me, it's some of the most complex Pinot Gris in the world are from the Alsace region. I don't expect anything like that around here. But if something comes up, I'll definitely have a special Daryl Hickey mention. That's for sure. With the Tenorn, much more depth, much more a little longer on the finish, a little bit of lingering spice on the finish. I would suspect this have probably touched a bit of neutral oak, to my opinion. I like the balance. I like the weight. I think it's a fairly enjoyable wine with a little bit more complexity that Red Rooster had to offer. So a little hole in the mid palate, nothing to I mean, I would go back and probably put the Red Rooster at 88 plus and the Tinhorn Creek at 89. Okay, so let's start that way. I'm gonna revisit that. I just need to adjust my palette a little bit here, just to do a little bit more comp. But that's how I'm gonna start that. 88 plus for Red Rooster, 89 for Tinhorn Creek, a little bit more weight for Tinhorn. Uh, I mean, it's enjoyable as long as that wine doesn't come out at $28. Uh, I'll be happy with that. If you keep that around the $24, $25, I'm fine with it. That should be all fine for the summer. So we're down with the first two wines. Let's go with, let's go with Moraine. Moraine Naramata Bench, the 2024. There's one thing that I wanted you to notice. There's no series designation. There's zero Washington mentioned anywhere on the front label. And if you turn in the back label, there's only a small mention here in the back corner. So in terms of clear cut, here is what it is. It's that can be a little confusing here, but I mean, if you're in the know, you know that 2024, there's a very good chance that 2024 BC Okanagan that it's not from. But small mansion here, hardworking farmer of the Yakima Valley. So we have moraine fruit from Yakima Valley, south of the Columbia Valley. One of the warmest, hottest sub-Appalachian, sub-AVAs I was almost said Niagara. I saw your face. I know you picked that up. YouTube. Yeah. In Washington State. Let me check my notes here. Moraine, we are at 13.2 in alcohol. Also, I something that I like though, the color. Nice little pink here. Nice little pink. So if you know, maybe you don't, Pinot Gris has a blue skin. Okay? So when you leave your Pinot Gris on the skin for a little bit, it gives a nice little color. I have Hester Creek as well here with a nice color. Montboucherie Pinot Gris has been one of my favorite for years. It's one of the reasons there's a little bit of skin contact. The color is super sexy. So I like my Pinot Gris with a bit of skin contact. And surprisingly, that's what I got here with Moraine. So
Yeah, so it's almost like a rosé.
almost, yep, almost. Oh,
Lovely.
you guys can talk. It's totally good. So we have now Look with all our wine writer here in the Okanagan with the Sipsters guys. Clay Martin with the BC Wine Review and his wife. So people start arriving. So that's going to be fun. Now, the nose on that is pretty cool too. Super expressive. Lots of orchard fruit. It's a fruit cup in a glass, and I'm probably gonna mention that a few times. But yeah, I like I like a lot the nose, the color.
I can't wait to get some of these in my glass very soon.
You need to get your ass down here.
I know.
You need to get your ass down here.
I want you to get through the Pinot Gris, and then when you go into your winemaker interview, I'm going to come down and taste a bunch of these wines, and I'll tell you the Mira opinion. Okay, the untrained palate here, who was literally the last 5 years of my wine drinking career. I've only tasted Canadian wine with maybe like 5 or 10 international wines. So I've tasted thousands of Canadian wines and nothing else. I think it'll be interesting to see.
Mira, I know something like there's a bus just arrived, like something like that. Yeah. Karen Chapman is in the house. Rob Hammersley's in the house. Jan is in the house. So yeah, it's filling up here. It's filling up. The fun is just starting. I love that Moraine. There's a great mouth feel. 13.2 alcohol, so it's a little, I won't say high, but I mean, if you like crisp and hyper focus, that's not the style. It's richer style. There's a nice weight on the mid palate. Beautiful orchard fruit, but also orange blossom, but blood orange on the mid palate too. Long finish. I'm a big fan. I'm a very big fan. I love the nose.
Wow.
Love the color. Love also the palate.
That's delicious. Wow. Very nice.
Might be a bit of residual sugar.
Yeah.
But I mean, nothing outside of the ordinary. Super soft acid. It is nothing like who's gonna zing you. Soft acid, and I'm expecting more of that, especially from Yakima.
Okay, so Yakima. Okay, Okay, this is where we got to go back to
If
this
you
map.
look at the map, Mira, already down south, down below,
Yakima. Oh, I see it. Okay, I'm gonna zoom in.
okay.
See
So
it?
from Shalin Lake, not Shalin Mountain, but Ancient Lake up north, okay, and Yakima down south. Like that's the
There it is,
strip
right there.
of AB.
Right?
See how far south you are, and you're right next to Horse Haven Hill, which is one
Yeah.
of the most popular area for Cab Sauv. So where you see
So this is
the
Yakima.
yeah, what Yakima's right here, and you have the bluff right here, Mira, the Columbia River bluff, all the way coming up, and you go like between the bluff and Walla Walla. You have Horse Haven Hill. That whole strip is really it's a hot area.
Okay.
Okay, so
Yeah, I
Yakima.
know because just a couple weeks ago in that area, someone was visiting there from here and posted that they had 30 degrees Celsius just like 2 weeks ago in the end of March. So it can get very hot in that area. Very interesting. And it's a desert, just like the Okanagan is the tip of this exact same desert. You know, you just keep following this up, and we're right up here. I mean, there's Canada. Woo!
I'll give Moraine 90 points for okay because you know what, like the price point is right. We're at $24.
Mm-hmm.
That I really appreciate that price point. It's right on the right ballpark, I think, for what you get. And is it? That's the Sauv Blanc. I'm just going back to my spreadsheet here. Yeah, $24 plus
Plus
tax.
tax. Yeah.
Yeah,
So you give it how much?
90 plus.
Okay.
Yeah, I love the finish. The finish lingers for a while. So yeah, no, so far that's my top. 90 plus here for Moraine. So yeah, here three. So let's go. The next one, let's go with tightrope. Okay.
Tightrope. Okay.
Tightrope. Tightrope is
Tightrope
one of
team
the
degree.
so Graham O'Rourke, Lindsay O'Rourke, Narragansett Bench, they have a barrel of Riesling that survive. So a little block of their Riesling vineyard on the bench that survive, and they were able to make one barrel of their Riesling this year from BCVQA. But obviously, you need more than a barrel of wine to survive a full summer of wine tasting. So they went also in Yakima. So Yakima Valley, also Pinot Gris. So I'm interested to see. I'm very intrigued to see the difference. Clearly, no skin contact here, not like I had with Moraine. Look at that pinkish here. Here we're clear. And Graham was telling me, yes, expect that was super hot down there. Expect something round, something uber fruity. He was able to manage the alcohol and keep it at 12.3 though. I love that. I love that. A little bit more green fruit in it. Like it's not as much as peach, pineapple. It's a little more, there's even a hint of green apple in there. A little bit more restrained.
Hmm.
Mm. Also crisp and crunchy on the palate. Tightrope. So we're at $24 as well. So this is from a single vineyard. So this is from the Willard vineyard, from the Willard family. So Graham and Lindsay were able to build relationship with a few of the growers down there, and the Willard family was one of them. I think they have like a 60 acres tiny small vineyard, 60 acres down there. But
We say that because it's not
yeah,
tiny for BC. That would be a massive vineyard in BC,
yeah,
right?
no, tiny little vineyard. That's funny because there's also I did some research about the Andrew family vineyard down. There's a few wineries who sourced that. I was just curious how big their vineyards were in the Horsehaven Hill appellation, and I think there was something like 1,700 acres, and they were considering it as like a small family producer at 1,700 acres. I'm like, holy shit. We're not talking about the same scale here. But Tightrope Pinot Gris, single vineyard, Willard Vineyard. I like that it's a little lower in alcohol, so a little different than the first three wines, first four.
And so, sorry, this one you're on now is
I'm still on Tightrope.
ah,
I haven't scored it yet, so I'm just trying to figure it out. It's not as expressive as the Moraine, but there's nice layer, a little crisper, a little I would say better acid. That's the wine with the best crunchy acidity that I had so far. So, which makes a little bit more, bring me a little bit more stylistically to what we have here naturally in the Okanagan. And that brings me to talk about some conversation that I have with winemakers when I ask them about, I have almost all asked them all the same thing is, what was the biggest difference that you found with the wine that you made? And most of them were saying the acidity level is different. The acid are rounder. There's not that crunchy acid. And this one is the one that I can see a little bit more, like I mentioned, a little bit crunchier. I like that. I will go with the 90 points. Okay.
hey, sounds good. What's next for you?
What's next for me? How about we do, should we put an interview on? Or do you want me to do a few more?
Sure, we could start with the interviews. And I mean, we had to talk about a billion different things to get started, but after that, it's going to be like bam, bam, bam.
I
So
know,
we
I
can see
know,
what these
I
wines
know.
are like. I am so excited, especially for the Albarino, because it's not something we normally see in BC, except for Terra Vista Winery, which specializes in rare varietals like that.
You're right. You're right. Stag's Hollow also has an Albarino, but it's very like there's barely none. Yes, we're gonna touch on Albarino a little later, but how about we listen to Seth Jacks, which is the viticulturist, assistant winemaker at Fort Barons, and they had Fort Barons had a very unique story with that vintage. They literally sent Seth live in the Columbia River Valley for 3.5 months. He went down there, he made the wine there, and he shipped it when it was ready to be transferred into barrels or just for aging. So he managed the vineyard. He made the wine at a custom crush that he rented down there. So and he brought a crew with him. So how about we
Really
listen to
cool.
him? Yeah, really
Yeah,
super cool. So let's listen to Fort Barons and Sedgex. And when we come back, I'm going to have their Pinot Gris in my glass and we're going to taste that, okay?
perfect. Here we
Thank,
go.
there you go. Here you go, Seth. How's it going, man?
Good. Spring has started, so it's feeling good.
Absolutely. So we're with Seth Jacks here, the winemaker, assistant winemaker, do it all at Fort Barons Wine. Sorry, winery. Oh my God.
Bless you.
Wow. Thanks. It's not alive, so we're all good. We're all good. At Fort Barons Winery from Lillooet, BC. So now we're getting a little bit outside of the Okanagan Valley because our frost, that major frost that we experienced in January 2024, did not only hit the Okanagan Valley, but also hit Lillooet, the wine region in Lillooet, and you guys are located that. So, Seth, welcome. Thanks for joining me to talk about these very unfortunate circumstances that we are turning right now into a positive, into an excitement, because you had the chance to have a life experience going, like moving down to Washington State, really. But before we talk about that, just tell us a little bit how the frost period, the frost event affected Fort Barons and in your own terroir, your own climate. What was the proportion of what happened in January 2024?
Yes. So for those who don't know Lillooet, don't know the name, we're well outside of the Okanagan. We're up against the Coast Mountain Range, kind of on the back end of the mountains from Whistler. We're an extremely hot area normally. You know, we're upwards of 42 degrees Celsius in the peak of summer. So one of the hottest spots in BC. We grow red and white wine vinifera grapes there. And that frost event for us was, we were kind of the best of the worst. You know, we had significant cold temperatures. We ended up, by the time harvest came around, we ended up having only about a 20-30% harvest, so nearly full loss, but we didn't lose any vines. So we're quite fortunate that we didn't experience vine death. We're not replanting the vineyard, you know, correctively, but we did lose our harvest in 2024, essentially.
So you ended up by having a small proportion of what you grow on site, so which is a big difference with what we experience in the Okanagan, because 95% of the crop was completely lost. I can find here and there a barrel of Riesling here, a barrel of Pinot, like very rarely. And when I found one, I'm like, holy smoke, someone who got grapes, right? But you managed to get 25%, around 25% of your grape at the home vineyard in Lillooet. So the damage, the extent of the damage, which temperature that you guys hit at?
I mean, we were touching negative 22 point, you know, something. The big difference is we had it for a very short amount of time versus the Okanagan and the Similkameen had a long-standing cold spell. So the time was, we grow Riesling as well. We grow Cab Franc. So some varietals fared better than others. Some, you know, saw a fairly good harvest, you know, 30%, and some saw 0%, right? We essentially didn't harvest Cabernet Sauvignon that year. So it was bits and pieces, but we have 34 acres or so on property. So most of the years, most of our fruit comes off our site. So it did, you know, like I said, best of the worst, we were okay at the end. We just didn't have what we would normally.
So it's really cool. So you guys did something unique that I don't think any other winery in the Okanagan have done. So you did a series. It's called the Here and There series, for the reason because some wines were produced from Lillooet. So the winemaker Alejandro stayed at the winery for the whole period of time, and they shipped you out to Washington to live there.
I knew that the frost had significantly affected BC vineyards. I actually went down to Washington in June and went and scouted a bunch of vineyards, met with a bunch of viticulturalists, and we kind of knew already that we weren't going to have a harvest. So I wanted to make sure that we focused on the vineyard first, and then the winemaking, which comes from us, would come second to that. But sourcing fruit, sourcing terroir, sourcing vineyards and vineyard managers who had a similar ethos and style to us was most important. So we started in the vineyard, and then, as you said, when harvest came around, I actually went down to Walla Walla, Washington, and lived there for 3 months. The vineyards that we'd sourced from, and we have some amazing, we have some stellar fruit. I could not be more excited with the quality that we received. Those single vineyards brought it to me. I'd rented space in a custom crush facility. So we were overseeing the winemaking all the way from literally choosing the vineyard all the way to when it got bottled, returned here to Lillooet and bottled here. So very exciting kind of see it all the way through.
That's what's unique. I mean, you packed your bag, you went to move down there, and so White Bluffs and Waluki Slope. That's the two AVAs that you guys had scouted, had found where the. So tell me a little bit about the similarity about because I'm sure that's one of the reasons why you selected these two AVAs. Because of similarity of Lillooet, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we wanted to feature for instance, we did Riesling, Pinot Gris, Chardonnay, and we made an amazing Syrah into Rosé. So we were focusing on whites, right? We didn't go to Horse Heaven Hills. We didn't go to Yamaka Valley because we weren't doing reds. Yeah. So we knew we were looking at the white regions. And then if you look on a map and you essentially continue down the Okanagan Valley through the Columbia Valley, you arrive at the north end of that AVA range, which is your White Bluffs and your Wailuke slope up there, right next to Mattawa. They are some ideal vineyard slopes and soils. They're sort of a riverbed silt soil, very similar to the white wine soils that we grow our grapes on here. The varietals, the clonal selections were very similar in terms of our Riesling clones. And then it was, again, important for us to get a vineyard that managed the way that we wanted to, that picked for quality, that dropped fruit, that, kind of had a sense if there's a little bit of rot, we're not going to pick there. And there is some botrytis and rot issues through that area because it is that cooler coastal, cooler riverside area. So we picked vineyards that worked for us. Everything was handpicked. Everything was delivered the day of, picked, at 4 a.m. in the morning. So it's cold, and arriving at the cellar at, before sunrise. So yeah, we really focused on that key production side of things. And that's different for us in Lillooet. A lot of the wineries in BC had sort of the benefit of being close to the border, so they could get it picked and get it shipped up to them, and it would arrive on their doorstep, it cold and well kept and in good condition. If you're shipping another 5 hours or 6 hours up to us in Lillooet, you then run into some of the concerns about having degradation along the way. And the way that we make our white wines, using a lot of CO2, trying to be very antioxidative, trying to maintain freshness and aromatics, that shipping risk. And back at that time, we couldn't even figure out, as an industry, we were all searching for shipping companies and freight companies, and we didn't know if fruit was going to get inspected at the border to see if there were bugs in it. And, we didn't know the process yet. So for us, it was best to ensure the quality and the style that we wanted to achieve, to actually have it happen on site as much as we can. Literally, a couple hours from the vineyard pick, cold, in the truck, into the cellar for me to process. So, yeah.
So stylistically, is there one or two little thing that you would say, you know what, Carl, stylistically, it's fairly similar and all that, but I noticed, and something that you like from what the fruit that you like, that change a little bit from what you usually do. I know that my side, when I taste the Pinot, that the acids are a little rounder and softer. We don't have that bright, crisp minerality that we get from out here. But this is something that you notice personally, is that stylistically, there's a bit of difference.
I would totally agree with the Pinot Gris. This is one of my favorite vintages of Pinot Gris. It really has that richness. It really has a bit of weight. It's pink grapefruit, it's citrus tones, it's very, very fresh. I love that about it. But the rosé is my most interesting of them. So I had just done a harvest in South Africa last year, and in South Africa we use Syrah a lot for rosé. It's just grapes, so it's a common rosé to make. And I kind of fell in love with it. I was like, this is the best rosé, grape, one of my favorites for sure. And so when I went down in June and was scouting for vineyards, and we knew we were making rosé, I immediately hunted down Syrah to see if there was any left. There's this amazing little spot growing right next to our Pinot Gris on the Wailuke slope. The Pinot Gris grows on the flat, and as the slope comes up, that's where the Syrah for the rosé was grown. It's planted in 1997. It's one of the older blocks of Syrah in the region, and it has this incredible fruit density, this weight. And then, of course, being a bit of an older, more mature vine, it had a really nice structure to it that when we fermented it cold and we treated it like a rosé, the tannins fall out, you get this freshness, you get this bright acidity, but this density, this weight on the palate that you just really can't do with, a sort of a Pinot Noir or what we would conventionally do for our rosé. So that's a really exciting wine of ours, I think.
That's super, super cool. And I want you to take me all the way up until you came back. You packed your stuff back. From Washington State, and you're coming back home. So you crushed the grape. You press, you put everything in there. You were there for the full fermentation.
Exactly. Yeah. Essentially, the wine was, like I said, we scouted the vineyards. Then I was sampling the vineyards to choose our picking dates every couple days. I was driving up, sampling the grapes, looking at them, choosing the picking date. So we had full control of that. Everything was hand harvested as well. Grapes come in. We have a receiving protocol on how we manage and touch the grapes, how we want to crush them, how much skin contact, CO2 jackets, the whole process. It's identical to how we would manage it here in Lillooet. We just weren't here. So from a winemaking perspective, we carried our cellar style, our sort of profile in our wines, protocols, and then being there physically, you know, we had a really great relationship with our custom crush facility, and you know, generally speaking, you know, I'm sure everyone there would have done an amazing job whether I was there or not. But it certainly makes a difference to have yourself physically there, checking everything, making sure that the team is understanding exactly the little nuances that really make, you know, your wine. And that's what we wanted as Fort Barons, to really continue the style and the quality all the way through fermentation. So nutrients, yeast, protocols, literally everything. And then it got put in like a milk truck, like a stainless steel milk truck, got brought back to the winery here in Lillooet to do its final aging and then preparation for bottling. So yeah,
it's awesome. How were you treated down there? How is it like did you feel like you were part of the little like that winemaking community? They welcome you?
Yeah, absolutely. No. Especially Washington and even many ways Oregon and the sort of outer parts of Sonoma and Russian River Valley in California, they're very West Coast. Like the people there have a West Coast energy to them. The Pacific Northwest culture, I think, really, you know, it doesn't stop at the 49th parallel. It really continues through. So I loved it. I would say, you know, I wish I spoke Spanish. That would have helped me a lot. You know, the whole team, you know, had an amazing assistant winemaker of the crush facility who was my direct liaison that I worked with, Victor, an incredible team around him. But I learned a lot of Mexican music, and I learned a lot about food and had a great time. It was a really nice team to work with.
Next time you come to the Okanagan, there's a great taco place down in Osoyoos. I'm taking you there, man.
Perfect. Yeah. Thank you.
That's a great story. I mean, I love that. This is unique to you, and that's what our BC winery has to offer this year. It has to offer unique stories. They made the best out of a shitty situation that Mother Nature threw at us, and I mean, I like to see it as an exciting vintage. I like to see it as a great opportunity, not only for wineries, but for consumer to taste different things that we're not usually making, or that if it's the wine that we're usually making, we're doing it with different fruit. So I think it's an exciting vintage for everybody. I
think so too. And I think it's really important for us to remember, you know, in this sort of current political atmosphere, that we're purchasing from farmers, that BC wineries were partnering with small vineyards to source fruit. If I was just down for a grape conference in Sacramento a couple months ago, Oregon, Washington, and California have some 200 and something thousand tons overabundance of grapes. Last harvest, even though BC wineries went there were still thousands of tons of grapes left on the ground to rot. And so there's a viticultural abundance there and quality abundance. And then we had this bad frost effect. It was really the perfect opportunity for two industries, us from the winemaking perspective and them from the farming and viticulture perspective, to partner together. Again, that Pacific Northwest culture, if it wasn't a line on a map, you know, that would be an extension of our Okanagan region. And you know, that whole terroir really channels itself through there.
And I'm sure you built some lifelong relationship throughout that experience, and it's really cool. Thanks for being part of what we're doing this weekend. I greatly appreciate you. I greatly appreciate the wine. So we'll be in touch very soon. Seth, thank you very much.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for the support.
Thank you.
There you go. So I thought it was a really cool interview. I really enjoy my conversation with Seth Jex, viticulturist, assistant winemaker at Fort Barons Winery down in Lillooet. Unique story. I mean, this is that's why we're doing that. That's exactly the reason why we're here today, is to make sure that people who are listening, hear these awesome stories that help our winery to stay afloat, help our wineries to keep selling their wines. Doesn't, like, even if the grapes are not from our region, not because they didn't want to. Again, just not by choice, but by necessity, and turn it everything into a fun exercise, a cool experience to work with different fruits from different regions. And Seth literally moved down there to do his job. So it's pretty cool. Now, let's talk about the wines because that's what I have here. Fort Barron's Pinot Gris, obviously 2024 vintage. You can see here on the front label, the here and there logo. So here and there, I mean, that's the name of their Washington series. I thought it was really cool. Very well identified, very clear from the front label to the back label. There's no bullshit. There's no hidden anything. Just right on the front label, and all of their Washington wines, their full Washington wines, all have that logo here and there. Let's talk. So from Walluk Slope, that's the AVA. This was, let me go back here. This is a nice, really okay. That's probably my favorite so far in terms of, it doesn't have the same texture, but the complexity and the length of that wine is fantastic. Best nose, that's for sure. Clean, expressive, but not over fruit salad. Let's put it that way. Some of them are Pinot Gris, and some of them like this smells like a fruit salad in a cup. I mean, it's not a bad smell, but I mean sometimes it's overpowering. There's nice intricacy. There's nice complexity, even a little bit of white flour in there. Orange, blood orange, orange peel. This is a very good Pinot Gris. Linear, also filled with energy and great finish. This is the best attribute of this wine is the long, lengthy finish. I would have take maybe a little bit more texture. That's personal taste. If you build like hand build all aspect of a wine that you want, I would have had that because there's a nice crisp acidity, a little bit like the Tightrope, but long lingering finish. I would just add a little bit of texture that I found in the Moraine. If I could build it like you build your own Lego block or whatever. But I love that. I give this wine a 90 plus point. And it gets definitely gets my top score for nose and complexity. Let's move on from Fort Barron's to Hester Creek. Hester Creek went did a really good job of identifying that series. So right down here under the varietals, it's called the Columbia Valley Collection. And I really like the back label. In the back label here, on the back label, you see the Columbia Valley here. That's the map of the Columbia Valley in Washington State. Welcome back, Mira. Nice to have you back. Mira showing us our map here. The Walluk Slope, if you look at it, it's a little bit more central, not as south as Yakima. There you go. Thank you. Right there. Now, how did you enjoy your forbearance, Mira?
Oh, I wasn't going to come back because I'm just about to hit send on our email so the other members know we're here. You guys got all the sneak previews here, so some more members will join us very soon. But I loved the first wine you sent up through Luc Whitall.
That was Moraine.
And this is Fort Barron's?
This is Fort Barron's. They're here in their series, their Pinot Gris.
Okay. Ooh.
Yeah, a little crisper, right? Crisp and long. Yeah.
Well, when you said fruit salad, I was like, oh yeah, there is a lot of fruit salad sometimes in Pinot Gris. That's true.
Yeah, not as much on this one. Now we're moving into the Hester Creek, right?
These wines are really pretty wines, but it's interesting because they taste great. They're very good, but they're so different than what I'm used to from Canada. There's a difference there. It's That's, I guess, what terroir is. But they're fantastic.
Yeah, they are. I think the forbearance is my favorite so far, and well priced as well at $23.50. So, what I would like to do, Mira, can you change my score for 90 points for the Moraine and keep the 90 plus at for forbearance? Now my palate is having a little bit more of an idea of the spectrum we have here. Maybe the Moraine had a little touch of RS at the end that made help with the texture, absolutely, but had not as the same finish and the same complexity. So let's go that way. 90 plus forbearance. Now we're tasting the Astor Creek. Look at that color. Another little wine with skin contact here, which is fun. Rated at well priced, under $22. Shy on the nose. There's not a ton coming out on the nose with Astor Creek. So what we have here, let's look at the source of grape for Astor Creek, the Columbia Valley series. Where are you? Here.
So I see Yakima Valley again, Art Den Hode Vineyard. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
single vineyard. Well, in the Ancient Lake, is it Ancient Lake? Arden Road. I think you're looking at a different wine, Mira. Maybe
Oh,
the
it's not the
Sauvignon
Pinot Gris?
Blanc. Maybe you're looking at the Sauvignon Blanc right now.
I'm
No?
just going by your spreadsheet, but maybe they were entered wrong.
Columbia Valley Pinot Gris. Yes, you're right. You're right. Right here. Okay, absolutely. I was looking at the wrong. So Yakima, there you go. I was looking at the wrong one. Okay, that's the patio pounder, right? $22. Well priced. I mean, easy drinking, but this is truly Yakima, right? Soft acid. This is really soft acid. This is not the thing who's gonna get your hair up like with the energy, the tension. It's much rounder. So this out on the patio, that bottle will go down extremely easy. It's well made. It's good. Nothing spectacular, but at $22, I like that, right? So, I mean, when you look for a good value, I will go, yes, I would say 89 plus, 89 points, 89 plus. This is just, I pay for something, I get something in return, and I'm happy with it. That's that's the reflection of that bottle of wine. Okay? Now, I have two more Pinot Gris. I will go Mayhem first, okay? So this is Mayhem from Okanagan Falls. This is the Columbia River Plateau. It's the name of their series. All of their Washington wines have that name on the front label. And you have, like their usual label, the technical point in the back, very well disclosed with the Ancient Lake AVA, which is more the the northernmost located AVAs in Washington State. So the Ancient Lake, 81% stainless steel, 19% seasoned oak puncheon. So I'm expecting something a little bit more, a little rounder with some, beautiful, little beautiful color here, a little rosé tint. Here you go. People are lining up here to taste the Mayhem.
Yeah, so members, if you're ever in the Okanagan, we will give you a backstage pass, and you can taste with us live. Pretty fun.
Another wine like this is at the same price point than the Astor Creek. Okay, small production in terms of BC, 333 cases. A little bit more peel, a little bit more citrus on the nose here with the Mayhem. Okay, I'm expecting more from the nose. I'm expecting more citrusy than orchard fruit. That's what I'm getting from the nose here. Let's see. Definitely the oak.
Well, there's 7 here.
The oak profile, not in terms of wood. It's not woody. It's not new oak, but there's definitely a mouth feel from the neutral oak. It's not the linear, it's well-rounded, but definitely more citrus profile on the palate. I would say yellow apple, maybe some ripe lemon, also a touch of orchard, but not as much as the majority of the other one. I like how zippy. Oh, I like how there's a little bit more tension into it. There's definitely not that over soft acidity from the south of the Columbia Valley. It's more northern. There's a much more Okanagan feel to it. Let's put it that way.
Are you still on the Hester Creek?
Mm-mm.
What are you on?
Mayhem.
Man,
Hey, I'm back. I'm back.
oh, you were okay. Yeah, you're doing something else. Nice finish, almost salty. Nice finish. I like that. 90 points. 90 points for Mayhem. I really like that. And well priced. Very well priced.
I'm gonna give her that.
So I just give 89 points for the Esther Creek, 90 points for the Mayhem. Oh, I really like the finish here. Yeah, Mayhem. You guys taste that? You really like that? And last one for the Pinot Gris. We're going Pinot Grigio. Different style here. That's Noble Ridge. Not far from Mayhem. Like less than 10-minute drive from. But in terms of location in the Okanagan, in terms of grapes, where the grapes are from, Noble Ridge grapes are.
From the Horsehaven Hills, which is
Big.
also where some of the big reds are being made, right?
Absolutely. The Washington capital of Cabernet Sauvignon, right?
Yeah. And so when it comes to Pinot Grigio, like you explained it to me before, but what is it stylistically that's so different about that than Pinot Gris?
Crisper, crunchier. It's more like mountain style terroir Pinot Grigio. Usually, like that's what you expect from northern Italy.
Oh,
That's where the origin is from, because you have the Alsatian Pinot Gris, which was plush, oaky, complex, mineral. But the Pinot Grigio, it's the crisper, usually stainless steel. So it's stylistically more directional, easy drinking. Appealing, no, not super expressive, but I would say appealing and definitely softer acid.
well, it's delicious.
Definitely softer acid. But there's a good. It lingers. The finish lingered for a while. At 13% alcohol, I would maybe think that it'll be a little bit higher. It feels higher, especially on the back. But yeah, I mean, decent wine, well priced. I think all of the Noble Ridge, delicious. How you pronounce that? Delicious.
Villicus?
Delicious. There you go. Thank you. Thank you. So that's the series. That's the Columbia Valley series. So that's the name. All of their label, very obvious, right on the front.
Yeah, prices are not bad.
We're looking at $21.
$21.99.
$21. So 24 under 25, including tax. So I mean, this is well priced, right? So 89 plus. In terms of score, I think it's well made. This is not the most incredible wine, but the price point make it for it. And the finish. I see a nice lingering finish. I would like a little bit more acid. That's just me. But, I mean, nothing wrong with that. This is worth buying by the case. I mean, at that price,
Yeah, it's a great.
Okanagan.
We've seen a few now at that closer to that $21 mark, which is getting harder and harder to find in BC.
Oh,
Hey,
absolutely.
Noble Ridge also has a Pinot Grigio, right?
Yeah, Pinot Grigio Viognier. That we're gonna taste a little later on. Now I'm done with all the Pinot Gris. So I think I have my top Pinot Gris is the Forbearance.
Okay.
Forbearance followed by Moraine, and I would say Tightrope and Mayhem. But Forbearance and Moraine are my top two.
Awesome.
Okay.
Wow, great stuff.
So we're done the first flight.
Woo!
Yes, yes. So I will start on Sauvignon Blanc. Okay.
All right. That is
Uh,
one of my very favorite varietals. I
I
love it.
know it is. I know it is. So I have here Riverstone, Tightrope, Clos du Soleil, Esther Creek, Blasted Church, Moraine, and Mayhem. Let's go in the chat. Okay. I want to know. Which one should I try first? Come on, people. Give me some name. Okay,
Okay,
I'll
so
start
what?
with the one.
Wait. We have to say what you have. Okay, so in this little, I can put the spreadsheet
I
for
just
whoever
said it.
doesn't have it. You got to say it slower. I mean, we just had 8 Pinot Gris.
Listen to your director.
Oops.
Are you saying it slower, or should I say it slower? Because I can say it real slow.
Now, okay, Mayhem,
No.
Maureen, Blasted Church, Riverstone, Tightrope, Clos du Soleil, and Esther Creek.
Start with the closure.
Okay.
Was much slower, right?
Clos du Soleil. Clos du Soleil.
Okay, boy. Okay. Here, I got some special requests for Clos du Soleil here, okay? So
Okay.
we'll start. Okay, thanks to chat. Clos du Soleil it is first, okay? Nice and clear. So that's their label here. So different color. So we're in the blue
Yeah.
color. So it's something that Clos du Soleil not doesn't do usually. There's a map
Did you
in
say
the
blue? Because that looks very orange to me.
orange. Jesus Christ! What did
Blue
you?
background, orange label. Orange letters.
I see black background, orange letters. You see blue?
This is blue.
Oh my God! On the
Blue
screen.
green. Blue green.
Oh, okay.
Okay, we'll let it slide. This one.
It's off gray.
Off gray. Okay. Okay. How's that now? How's that here now?
Yeah, I can see the blue now. A lot
There
better.
you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
All right, so the Clos du Soleil.
Hey.
Hey, in your lineup with the Sauv Blanc, do you have a Riverstone?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Great. James D'Souza is having some right now. So, James, we're going to need to compare notes.
There you go. I just put it in my glass. That's the one on deck. Thank you, James. So, Clos du Soleil. Let's see what I have in my research notes here. We're going to switch.
Okay, I'll be your researchist. Okay, Clos du
Fucking rock.
Soleil. What? Horse Haven Hills, Andrews Family Vineyards, 13.6. All right.
Okay.
Higher on the ABV. It's, you want to know the price yet or not yet?
I don't think you have it.
It's 26 plus tax.
Okay, this one is released yet. Okay, yeah. Okay, so
And,
26 though.
The rest you said harvested August 29th, aged in stainless and French oak puncheons.
Okay, thank you.
So Daryl, Hickey, and I are on the lookout for the oaky ones. Yeah, so you got to tell me, is that an oakier one? Because
Why oak here? I mean, I don't have anything like big fumé style
No,
because
I
it won't.
saw that, unfortunately.
Mira, it's March. I mean, so much we can do in so little time, right?
That's true. I mean, these
So
guys
your big
were
fumé will be released maybe in the fall. So tell
that's
Daryl
right.
to
That's right.
calm down. Okay. Jesus Christ, you guys. Simple calendar, right? Okay, so everything who's here today, it's either lightly oaked or unoaked, okay?
Fine.
Because of the time
Fine.
restraint.
So you're
Okay, it's
going to
a
do
little
this again.
grassy on the nose here with that Clos du Soleil.
Mira has it upstairs.
They're saying I have something upstairs. What is it that I have here?
It's hey?
She has a Sauvignon Blanc up there.
I was
Yeah,
going to say, I swear this is not Pinot Gris, it's Sauvignon Blanc. Okay. You guys have been so good to me, you friends of ours.
yeah, you have
Grenadians.
the Mayhem. It's the Mayhem Pinot Gris you have.
No, it's a so
Yes, it is. No, it's not. I know I poured. It's
Fine.
Mayhem Pinot Gris.
Fine.
Okay, nice richness here. I can feel the That's okay. That's okay. No one does research like you do. We'll give you credit where it's due.
Thank you.
No one understands Clavio like you do.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind.
Uh, so what we have here, it's a little bit more textural. Even like a little pineapple, a little bit orange, some grassiness.
This is the Clos du Soleil.
This is Clos du Soleil. I feel the 13.6. I do feel it.
Come here.
You guys should put shoes when you go outside. I know you
Are
did.
you
Not the other
instructing
shoe.
our guests on the shoes there, or our
The
children?
kids, yes, the
Oh,
kids,
fine.
not the wine
Look at this
lovers, the
beautiful lady
kids.
and these beautiful earrings that she makes. I love these earrings.
I know you do. I know you do.
Yes.
I love them
Well,
too.
thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God, and she's even
The
taking the
nose
empty
that
glass away.
the
Thank
nose
you.
doesn't necessarily speak to me. I kind of like I get me curious, but it's not typical. But the palate, nice weight, nice richness, and I love the finish. There's a white spice on the finish who lingers. There's kind of a minerality as well, which like the little tartness who keeps it going. That orange peel who lingers. So this is a really good quality Sauvignon Blanc. The nose doesn't lead me to dance right out of the gate. I'm like, what is that? Like it's a little, but the palette is great. $26. It's fine. It's well priced. A little hot though, but this is the reflection of the Horse Haven Hill. I would
I mean,
say.
Horse Haven Hills, they make like like Cap Sauv there, right? Like this is one of those places where it gets quite a bit warmer.
But I have to say, it's hot in a sense, but the first sip, the freshness on the front end, on the front palate is noticeable. It's fresh on the front. The weight hit a little bit on the mid palate, and I feel the alcohol a little bit on the back end. But this is a high quality Sauv Blanc.
I was
Definitely.
just gonna say, just from the nose of this Clos du Soleil, I'm like, oh, that is nice. That is something else.
So I have to say, in terms of how they identify, I mean, this is clear. It's clear that I have like 5 points. Like they're hitting an A+ for the labeling. I love their job on the labeling. A little bit like Esther Creek. They have a little map in the back end too. Solid.
They do a great job.
I will do 90+. I'm happy with that. And 90+ here.
That is beautiful wine.
Happy,
Ooh.
happy.
This is like,
Well, like on the back end
that's
of
fantastic.
Pinot Gris, I mean
90
now,
plus,
like,
you said, eh?
hey,
That's what you gave it, 90 plus. It's different on the Mira scale. Okay.
hey,
Keep
tell
going.
me, Mira Scale, tell me what's gonna what? No, hey,
Hey,
what is
I'm
your
also
score?
biased because we just had 8 Pinot Gris and then now we're on the Sauv Blanc, and I love Sauv Blanc and I love Clos du Soleil. So, there it is. But I love it.
What would you give it? What would you be your score?
I'm more 91 plus, maybe more.
Okay.
And we'll see how the
Okay.
night goes.
Well, that's great. We're on the same ballpark. That's
But
awesome.
hey, I'm not the
Oh,
wine critic here.
Clay Martin is with you. Clay's higher.
There you go.
Oh, you're making friends here.
Amazing. You gotta keep
That's
up.
awesome. Let's move on to Riverstone. Riverstone now.
Oh, this is very Riverstone-y on the nose, even though
Yeah, it is. It is. It's more like it's compare that what we have with Clos du Soleil, which was more. Oh, what is it now? It's clearly it's pink grapefruit. It's Sauvignon Blanc. Like, I mean, my 8-year-old will have called Sauvignon Blanc on that. So what?
it's true. It's true. The children are well trained.
Yeah.
Get your steps in. See if she keeps up.
We can all take turns. It's okay.
Yeah, thanks for keeping me in the loop, you guys.
Hey, so Mira, can you tell me
Yes. What do you
the spec of that wine? Because I'm
Okay, well, all I see is Horsehaven Hills. Okay.
Yep, there's
I
no
see
vineyard
13%.
designation. There's no vineyard designation on that.
I see 13%. Vineyard, 800 feet above the Columbia River.
Okay, we'll skip the next flight from Mira. No,
You're keeping me too in
we
the loop
need
here.
more.
Okay, so listen, 800 feet above the Columbia River, big diurnal shift in Horsehaven Hills.
Yeah, so
And-
so this specific vineyard site where it was harvested, it was higher in altitude, so the wind, and it's closer to the Columbia Gorge. The Columbia Gorge gets swept by big winds, and when you're above like that high above sea level, above the river, the wind blows consistently. So
Okay, so let's
cooler
bring our map because I think this is important with the map here. Yes, the wind blows. You're telling me this
from
is
the
where?
ocean, right? Out from the outside in.
And here's what I wanted to clarify, Carl Boucher. Horsehaven Hills or Horsehaven Hills? It's heaven. You spelled it correctly.
Well,
For
I
the
mean, that's
longest
the French
time,
part that I can get out of me, so
I
I'm doing my
kept
best
saying
here.
Horsehaven Hills, but it's Horsehaven Hills. There we go.
Okay.
I've heard it that it's Haven.
Well, so
We haven't.
Haven. Okay, so Rob has been there a few times, so I got it's not Haven. I thought it was Haven.
Yeah.
So Haven,
It's Haven.
heaven, like heaven,
Haven't.
Yeah, like
Heaven?
it's spelled like
Horsehaven.
heaven.
spell like heaven. I'll
Let's
say
see if
like
it
heaven.
tastes like heaven.
It tastes like heaven. Okay, well, here we are. That's the Mira scale here. It tastes like heaven. Okay, so here, there's one thing with that. Okay, it's good. I love the nose. The nose leads me to Sauv Blanc. It's clear cut. There's no issue there. I love it. There's a residual sugar. There's a
Yes,
little
that's right.
IRS at
Freaking
the
love.
end that sticks with me, and I would rather to have acid than RS on that wine. It's good. I would say 89 plus on that one.
I completely disagree.
89 plus, eh?
Yeah.
You know what strikes me about this one, Carl? Because the
Sweet on the
Riverstone,
back end.
the Riverstone Sauv Blanc was like, we did a Sauv Blanc tasting marathon back when our tasting marathons were only like, 30 wines or something. And the Riverstone was your top Sauv Blanc from BC during that marathon, I do believe.
I sure was.
And I
It
think
sure
what's
was.
fascinating to me, what's fascinating is that they have continued the style of their Sauv Blanc, that incredible, rich,
This one stink.
Sauv Blanc, Sauv Blanc.
Giving you just fresh glass.
They've carried that on in this version. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, like everyone's looking at me if I have a third eyes in my forehead right now. Apparently,
Yeah.
I completely missed the boat on that.
Yeah. So James, you have it open too, the Riverstone. Let us know what you think. But yeah, that is it's interesting to me how they were able to carry on the style. Like this reminds me so much of their usual Sauv Blanc from Riverstone that we love. That's such a great, amazing Sauv Blanc. So
$25.90. Really? All day long. Yeah, let's go turkey.
let's go in with turkey, says Clay.
Oh yeah.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, no, I don't have the same sweetness though.
You mean she can hear us?
Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Because I had like a super sweet thing coming out
I
in
love
my
that.
first sip, but I guess it's not because now I just repoured it. I don't know what I did, but I definitely don't
Something
have
got
that.
in your
It was
glass.
literally like cotton candy. What I
No,
did, like,
that's
ooh.
not what I'm getting.
No, that's not what it's in my glass right now.
And this,
So
ladies and gentlemen, is why we do this live and we are honest and transparent. Because honestly, look at those competitions that people are like, oh, decanter gave it, whatever. Do you know how those people taste wine? Like one sip and they move on. And you don't know if you got, like it's wine. You got to take more than one sip, please.
so let's revise, okay? Let's go back.
I like it.
Because there's a crazy lingering minerality on that one. Now, I don't know what happened with my previous glass. Maybe I mixed two things or literally I had a disgusting cotton candy.
It's all good. This is
Yeah.
So
We forgive you. You were allowed.
Don't fucking do it again.
okay, let's get back here, okay? Let's get back. The nose. Clear cut, a pink grapefruit, super Sauvignon Blanc. This is awesome.
Okay, so sorry. What is the next wine you're on?
I'm redoing the Riverstone,
Oh, okay.
okay? Without cotton candy.
Okay.
No, it's grapefruit. It's maybe yellow apple. It's there's a minerality. There's almost a white pepper lingering into that as well. It's orange peel.
Mhm.
No, it's all acid.
Well,
Even a little
James
bit
is
more.
saying
Like this is really good.
James is saying something interesting because he's quite familiar with the Riverstone Sauv Blanc, probably a favorite, like it is for us. And he's saying the style is very similar to the usual Sauv Blanc.
Yeah.
The acidity not as high, still really good.
Yeah, no,
I would agree with that.
this is 90 plus point. This is I like. There's a finish there with that kind of like almost like white pepper, and a flint, a little flinty, almost Rieslingy. Yeah, it's super cool, really cool. I like that. What's the price point here?
95.
You know,
I mean, 25. sorry.
$25.90. So with tax, it's a $29.89 with
Yeah,
tax.
that's right on par. I think they
25.
and it's a small production, so okay.
No, 25. I don't know why I said.
That's going on 90 plus
I was
here.
looking at a 92 plus and I did. I don't know why it was. But again,
Now we're gonna go with Blasted Church. Blasted Church Sauvignon Blanc.
Okay, wine number 11, ladies and
11.
gentlemen. Out of 44 or 45 or 46 or I don't know.
So I'm on my sheet here. Blessed Church. So from Horsehaven Hill as well. Andrew's Family Vineyard.
Which is interesting because that's the same one that Clos du Soleil got their Sauvignon Blanc from. Thank you,
Exactly.
Karen.
Exactly. That's what led me to research the size of that darn vineyard. I was like, huh, that's funny.
Must be
Yeah.
a very big vineyard. And it was fermented in oak.
600.
All right.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, yes.
I think it's 1,200. Okay,
1,200 what?
acres.
Oh, wow, for that vineyard.
Yeah.
Papers. I think that's like half the Okanagan. Okay.
Grassy, a blend
Which
between
we love for Sauv Blanc.
yeah, a blend between citrus and peach.
Gasoline.
I mean, Luke is sitting right here.
I poured you some. You've had it. Oh.
But I mean, is it my favorite? Not at the top, but I mean, for the price, I mean, this is bang on in terms of value.
Peachy.
Yeah, there's a peach, but there's also a little citrusy that keeps the acid lift. So
Peel.
yeah. I like. To me, it's right on the 90 points.
A lot more texture in this one.
Yeah, textural. I like.
Barrel ferment.
There's probably is it? Yeah, barrel ferment. So there's a little bit more roundness.
I bet you good peach you are.
Yeah, so what you said was pressed in Washington, fermented in oak in the Okanagan, and not yet released, might I add. So we don't know the price on this.
Any idea of the release price?
28.
That's going to be $28.
Okay. Plus tax.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I like the finish though. I like the finish. The finish lingers for a very long time. So
It is a beauty.
there's definitely complexity there. So it's not your typical patio pounder. It's a little bit more cerebral type of Sauvignon Blanc.
There's definitely more complexity
Oh yeah, absolutely,
on this palate.
absolutely. Yeah, that's something that I can sit there and fight with it in the sense that I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna understand the whole fucking thing about you when I'm done with you. Like like it's challenging. Like I like the complexity of it.
Yeah. And by this, I
And there's
have
one.
discovered that Carl means that the same thing I mean when I think that, every wine has a different kind of interpretive dance. I mean, he's sitting there trying to figure out what that interpretive dance looks like. Yeah, that's what you mean, right?
Yeah.
You should do it again.
And there's one thing. 13.5 doesn't feel like it. I have
No, not at
wine
all.
at
Not at all.
13 who feels hotter than this one at 13.5.
Yeah, nice.
I don't have that that hot.
No, not at all.
Aspect
It's
of
very smooth, very suave, very nice.
Yeah.
Very,
Yeah. If you have give me that at $24, that was a 91 point.
but now it's what, 90 plus?
90 points for the $28 plus
You
tax.
would go a whole point over a few dollars?
$4.
All right, fine. It's your points.
Yeah. Okay. No, that cotton candy thing threw me off.
Well, sometimes we like to sneak things on you. You don't even know it.
No. It was really weird. It was really weird. It came out super sweet. I don't know what happened.
You had a
Okay.
palate ghost.
Yeah. Should we put the Mark Hopley interview?
Yes, I would love that. And guess what? Speaking of Hester Creek, Roger and Megan will be able to stop by soon too. So that's great. They'll be able to taste with us.
Awesome. And there's a funny story with the Sauvignon Blanc. I tasted that this spring, like a month and a half ago in a hockey tournament with the kids. And just before release, we tasted it and I really, really liked it. And I thought that's the first time that I saw the label and all that. So it's really exciting. I'm going to taste it for the second time. So let's listen to Mark Hopley, winemaker at Hester Creek. Oh, go ahead.
Absolutely. And it'll take me 1 sec to get that here, but I have a question for you. Have we burned the thing that's in the oven yet?
Oh shit, the pork shoulder.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys stay tuned. Find out if we actually burned it or if it's edible, because we're going to need that, especially for the rosé flight. Okay, here's Mark Hopley, winemaker at Hester Creek.
It's barely smoking.
Here we are. I'm just joining here with Mark Hopley, director of winemaking at Hester Creek Winery down in Oliver, the Golden Miles. Mark, how's it going, man?
Great. It's good to see you, Carl. How are you?
It's great. It's great. I'm just so excited to get over that political backlash and like negative feedback on everything, tariff war and political situation in Canada.
Yeah.
And to talk about just great freaking wine. That's what I want to talk about, right? And that's why we're doing that today, like tasting all of these beautiful crafted in BC wine. And I mean, before everything started, right? You guys as a winery has to make a decision depending, like all based on the 2024 frost that we experience here in British Columbia. And I mean, today we're tasting these wines. We're enjoying the creation of what you guys made with some new partner, and is really, really exciting. So Mark, thanks for joining me first and foremost. I know that sometimes it's kind of a tough conversation to have. It's kind of a scary conversation because where we're living right now. But how about we start on the why, right?
I think
why did we have to get there from the very beginning?
No, it's a great question. And what I love about you is you're always glass half full, right?
Yeah.
Looking on the positive side. And so,
well, I mean, we have to. These wines are freaking delicious. So why are we keep pounding the negative and let's bring the positive out of it?
Yeah, 100%. So we came off back-to-back tough years, as you know. There's some replanting going on. So basically, we knew in 2024 that we were not going to have any white wines or any rosé wines. So what we did is we said, look, let's look to an area that is similar terroir, potentially fairly close logistically. And so we looked to the Columbia Valley. So the government was good enough to let us go for 1 year to go down and get some top quality grapes. The main part behind this, Carl, was to keep the jobs in BC and keep our customers, more importantly, keep our customers in our wines, because if somebody really enjoys our Pinot Gris or our Rosé Cabernet Franc, that was a wine that they wouldn't have seen necessarily in this year in 2025 had we not done that. So it made
Mark,
sense.
how about like visiting the Golden Miles in July with no white wine?
Yeah, exactly. So
I mean, how do you host thousands of people every week without this offering, right?
Yeah, no, I 100%. Music on the patio, 35 degrees C day in the beautiful Okanagan Valley, and guess what? Somebody wants a rosé. Somebody's looking for a nice, refreshing white wine. So we did that. We believe the terroir, Carl, as you know, is somewhat similar. But the key part for me and our winemaking team was to make those wines, not just bring juice, but we literally had the grapes shipped, and then we processed everything here. So we're using our fermenters, we're using our equipment that we're totally familiar with. And so in my opinion, that is the best way to be consistent with the craft.
Absolutely, 100%. Because I mean, that's one thing that our customer, our members, the Canadian wine lovers are
intrigued and to interested to know more about. It's all of that process, right? How did that happen? I mean, they understand the grapes are coming from Washington State. That's the northern tip of the Sonora Desert. We're in the same, but in terms of process, in terms of vineyard selection and grape selection,
Right.
how did you and your team? And I know that that Mark Sheridan, the CEO, but the president of your company, is a viticulturist. So you guys have a very strong team in terms of like selecting sites. So I bet that it was a team effort of you guys going down there, screening the area, finding the perfect partner, finding the grape varietals that you guys were looking for, and to put the logistic process to do the action of bringing the grapes here.
Well, that was the key. Okay, so we all know it's farming, and we know how farming can be. Some years are great, some years are a little more challenging. But the key was to get the team down there, Carl, to look at these sites, look at these vineyards, look at the terroir, and say we can make some similar style wines that we make in British Columbia from these grapes. And so for me, it was an opportunity, right? I mean, how often in your career? I'm an Okanagan guy, basically raised, not born, but pretty much. How often do you get a chance to work with fruit from somewhere else, another region, which was very fascinating to me. So we believe the terroir is somewhat similar. You got sagebrush and sand, just like you have here. The valley's a lot wider. So the one thing I would say we did notice, it didn't cool off at night as much as it does on the Golden Mile Bench and the Okanagan.
That's where the acid level differ just a tiny bit. It's one thing that I noticed tasting these wines. It doesn't have the same level of crispness that we have here, I believe, but I think this is the only thing. For the rest, it's fairly similar.
So, but that to me is when the picking decision was most critical. So how do we
you got it.
that acidity? We're probably going to pick it a little earlier. So you are going to see some more tropical flavors, I believe, in some of these wines, simply because that's the terroir talking to you. But I do think loyal Hester Creek customers are going to find the wines very similarly made. You know, that nice level of acidity and fresh fruit that we look for in our whites and rosés.
And so from where I learned my Somm, when I went to the Somm school early 2000, so almost 25 years ago, Washington State was not as developed in terms of AVA, in terms of classification. Holy smokes, that they are right. They've become so specific in terms of their sub-region classification. How exciting it was for you to select the right AVA and the right people for the right grape?
Well, that was everything. So when we went out, we made a Sauvignon Blanc this year. We made our Pinot Gris, as our customers, you know, they know that wine. We wanted to be consistent. So we went to so there it is there. That's the new packaging. That's the Sauvignon Blanc. So that particular wine is from the White Bluffs AVA, which is within the Columbia Valley, which is the larger region, obviously. All these wines were grown there, but produced at Hester Creek. So that particular vineyard, we picked overnight. Everything was picked by hand. So picture this. The logistics was a little bit challenging. So we basically, what we did, Carl, is we sent reefer trucks, so refrigerated 53-foot trucks, pre-chilled 10 degrees C to the vineyard. Then as the team hand harvested the fruit, they loaded the trucks, and then the 4.5-5-hour drive to the winery, to the front door. So the logistics was tough. The team did an amazing job, though, I will say that. And this fruit was coming in cold, so it was crisp, it was fresh. It's pretty hard not to make great fruit-driven wines with those conditions.
And you and the other half of the team were waiting on the crush pad for the truck to arrive, unload, boom, and press.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that's the key, right? The fruit would come in, we'd process it, and then you know, another truck would come in, we'd just keep going. So, but the first one of the first picks that we actually ordered was the Sauvignon Blanc, and that was from the White Bluffs AVA. And I'll tell you, this was so prototypical Sauvignon Blanc to me. The gooseberry, the kiwi, a little bit of passion fruit. It was really a fun wine to make, and I think it'll be a crowd favorite at the winery.
No, definitely. And I also see, well, you guys have the Viognier. Are you playing a little bit of oak with Viognier, or you're going straight 100% stainless steel? Everything is a little bit more crisp and directional.
So we always try to capture the fruit, and I always talk about oak integration, not oak domination. So if there is any oak in any of our wines, the key is to keep the fresh fruit aspect of that wine. I will tell you that on occasion, there might be some stainless steel ferments that we put a little bit of French oak in early on, just to create a little bit of mouth weight. Customer probably won't notice that. The idea is to always, how can we make these wines bigger, bolder, more fruit driven, and more friendly? And I say that in a way that, like, these wines are dry, don't get me wrong, but we definitely want some roundness to them. Right?
Mouthfeel, right?
Yeah,
Mouthfeel,
totally.
especially for a grape like Viognier. Darn, like, you want some mouthfeel because that's what you expect from a grape varietal from the south of the Rhone Valley.
Right. And the other thing to keep in mind, Carl, our equipment, cool fermenting, we're using our Rome Lock technology that we've been using now for the past 3 years, which I believe is a game changer. It really helps keep the aromatics in the bottle, in the glass, which is ultimately the end goal.
And the other thing that I want to end on that, but the quality. How was your reaction when you saw the fruits coming on your crush pad? I mean, I've heard it from so many different winemakers or winery owners from the Okanagan. The quality of the fruit is something that you guys were all absolutely ecstatic to see when the fruit arrived on the crush pad, correct?
100%. Well, I believe it lived up to our high standards as we have as farmers and growers in the Okanagan. So we already have this benchmark. It's not that far away. It was grown in a similar fashion, just a slightly different vineyard. So, yeah, I mean, I couldn't have been happier with the quality of the fruit that we saw. And I think the pick orders, how it was transported, all of that played a role. Right? Logistics was a big part of it, obviously. But the nice thing is, Carl, this is giving us an opportunity to replant our vineyards. We still have a lot of VQA wines available. As you know, 22 is a big
That's
year.
my last point. That's where I want to finish with you. Exactly.
We are fully committed to the Vintners Quality Alliance, VQA, 100%.
You guys are not turning into a sourcing your grapes from the States moving forward. It's a one-off because you had to do it.
Yeah. No, we're a land-based winery. We're not a commercial winery. We're basically estate fruit and then about 8 to 10 contract growers between the border and basically OK Falls. So all South Okanagan fruit.
Yeah. I mean, it was a fun experience. The wines are tremendous. The wines are great. And you know what? And that's why I want to say to all of our members, our wineries, after 2 extremely tough growing seasons, need our support more than ever. I mean, we're seeing that support Canadian movement going across the country, sweeping our country right now. And it's so great to see. And now we need that. And the wines are great. And these are made in BC wine. That's what, and all of the dollars are going to your team, to our economy here in the Okanagan Valley. That's a very good point. It's a very important point.
100%. And let's face it, nobody waves Canadian flag more than you do at Carl's Wine Club. So we appreciate what you do for Canadian wines, not just in British Columbia, but Ontario, Nova Scotia, right across the country. So we're proud to be associated with what you're doing. And thanks for putting Canadian wines in the forefront all the time.
Thank you, Mark. Mark, thanks for your output. Greatly appreciate and keep up the great work. Thanks, my friend.
Cheers.
Yeah, I'm looking forward because there's a few more.
Woo! What a great interview, Carl Boucher.
Thank you. I mean, it's easy to do great interview with Mark Hopley. Mark is so genuine. Is just so things just flows with Mark. Like, I mean, it's always easy. Just like his wine. People are talking. I like your style right now.
The piece of cheese fell on the ground. I had to, sorry, 5-second rule.
Yeah, no, the lipstick and I like the
Oh, thank you. A little refresher, you know, a little
I
breather.
know. Wow, Jesus Christ. Ooh, it's hot in here. It's hot in here. Okay, I need some Sauvignon Blanc. Hey, guess what? We have some in
Go.
our glass. Mark Hopley, thank you. Esther Creek, down in Oliver. This is our second wine from Esther Creek tonight. After the Pinot Gris, this is the Sauvignon Blanc. Incredible QPR. Incredible offer for the price point. I mean, I tasted it once. I had it, and the people like the chat around the table here. It's and I totally agree. This is not the most complex wine in the whole lineup, but that's not the purpose. At 19.99, I mean,
That's a great
outside
price
of
point.
bodacious and the crappy shit that we can find from the big producer, there's not a whole lot of 1999 wines around now. And this absolutely delivers. This, I mean, texture, acid, fruits, everything is in sync. Everything is well balanced. And I mean, the nose leads me right where I want to go.
And you're talking about the 24 Hester Creek Viognier? Or what? Oh, we're still on Sauv Blanc. Right. My
We're still on
spreadsheet
Sauv
got
Blanc.
moved around. Sorry.
Someone move it or moves it around. I know. Darn it!
It's in her glass right now.
It's in your glass right now.
It's in my
Karen
glass.
brought it
I gotta
over.
try
Yeah,
it.
absolutely.
Thank you.
So yeah. So let me hear.
I found it.
You
Okay.
found it? Okay, good.
Wine
Good,
number
good.
12 of the night. Okay.
This is
At
a
this
90 point. This is definitely a 90 point. I like how easy drinking it is. I like how well priced it is, and that really matched. They meet right at the 90 point. Over deliver something that I will pick at the liquor store if I'm going somewhere where it's not wine geek oriented. If it's just like a wine or yeah, I like that. It over delivers its price point.
or like a
And
picnic or a patio. It's just like
yeah,
this
yeah, yeah,
nice,
yeah.
simple. Yeah.
I mean,
Let
when
me
you
try it
spend
because I
enough
haven't even
time
tried it.
thinking and rationalize about like the blasted church style, more complex, more cerebral. This it's at the other end of the spectrum, but as well made as it can be for a big producer.
You
This
know
is
what? That's so enjoyable, and it's the perfect thing to have, like let's say on a summer patio with a nice salad or something like that. It's just such a nice
Karen
way.
said something smart. Karen said this is the
So,
one that you buy by the case, and I think
yeah,
so.
totally.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, here.
Wow.
And
Thank
nice
you.
texture too. Nice texture. Let's move from
One sip of each. Thank you.
ma'am. Now let's go to ma'am. Okay. Walook slope.
Oh, thank you.
A little bit more grassiness here. Uh I got some information right in the back of the label here. Really easy. The 544 cases. Same spec, kind of, than the Pinot Gris. 85%, 89%, so 90% stainless steel. 10% barrel aging for 4 months. So yeah, a little grassiness, little citrus, little grapefruit.
A lot going on in there.
Very clean, super clean. I feel the energy on the nose. I don't know if it happened to you guys, but I feel the energy on the nose. That's definitely crisper than the uh, the Esther Creek. It's boom, that just explode in your mouth. Bright acid. Oh yeah. Oh shit, that's my style.
Uh-huh.
Oh,
There's a kid.
yeah. That's totally my style.
Is that $21? Let's see what Carl's style is in Sauv Blanc.
21.
Yeah, $21.
Plus that.
So
That's good.
the finish is not extremely
Mm.
long, but
It's got a gorgeous mid palate.
look at you. I mean, yeah, it is gorgeous. It is gorgeous mid palate.
Yeah.
Two single vineyard here from Walloon Slope. There's the Rosebud and the Tall Cut vineyard. I mean, 13% alcohol doesn't feel hot. I mean, everything is in sync. Everything is well balanced. This is definitely over 90 points. I just wish I had a little bit more at the end. I don't. 90 plus. 90 plus.
It's a beauty. That is a beauty.
Yeah. Oops. Ta-da-ta-ta.
But in the first
Here.
line, it doesn't taste like New Zealand from Asia.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little depart. I mean, this is a little different than what because well, these wines, some of them we're used to taste them regularly, vintage in, vintage out. I mean, this specific wines from AM may have a little bit more roundness, a little bit more a little rounder on the mid palate, let's say. But
The two sparklings and then Chenin.
I like that. I really like that. Okay, let's
Very
go.
nice.
Let's
Which
go with
one next?
Maureen. Maureen
Maureen.
Sauvignon. Hey?
Excellent. From the, actually, is it from, it says Cali, Clarksville. Does that mean California?
Yeah, it's California. So
Wow,
that's
that's
California
exciting.
Sauvignon Blanc.
Wow, super exciting.
Oh, this is tropical nose.
Are you gonna watch the cup?
Super tropical.
Yeah.
21.
I mean,
What is it?
passion fruit,
24.
peach.
25, yeah. Yeah, like 28. 28.
Who do you think?
Super round. I would say a little too round.
Yeah.
Lack of crunchiness, lack of
Well, with
crisp.
your Okanagan palate, I mean,
Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. This is this is 88.
Honestly, anything.
This is 88.
You just have to
Do you
get
have the sparkling?
Here. Are we clear? Are we all done with the Pinot Gris? Did I miss one?
There was one missing.
let's see here. The Pinot Gris. Yeah, definitely.
No, I mean the Sauvignon Blanc. Oh, Tightrope.
The dried sugar.
Tightrope. I haven't tasted Tightrope.
Are we doing? Yeah, so I'll bring it up. I'll bring it up. And then
There you go. Tightrope Sauvignon Blanc.
Did you do Maureen? You did Maureen.
13 and a half. This is from the Global Vineyard in Yakima Valley. Sustainably grown. This is another thing, right? Our growers or our producer who grow, most of them sustainably, organically, they have sourced the similar practices down there. It came back to my interviews couple times that people, when they picked up the phone and they started to build relationship with the growers, with the producers down south, the first and foremost, they were looking for same growing practices. They was looking for same mentality in the vineyard. So Graham, who owns Tightrope, is first and foremost a viticulturist. So that for him, when I talked to him this week, that was one of his very first focus is to find a family, a small farmer who grow the grape the same way that he grow his grapes here on the Naramata bench. So I like the nose. Definitely a little bit of kiwi, a little bit of passion fruit, a little bit of grapefruit. Jacob.
Hey, Carl. What was that?
Fresh on the front, sweet on the back.
I think I have it in my glass.
Yeah, right.
Trope? I
Oh,
don't think
nice
so.
nose.
No. I got the same. Tell me if I.
Cotton candy?
Yeah.
Well, I have a lovely wine in my glass.
This is the Mayhem, I believe.
No, it's tightrope.
Tightrope. Okay, tightrope.
Karen is on the ball. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
No cotton candy.
Look. It's crazy. Second time.
you got more cotton candy? Maybe it's stuck in your teeth. I mean,
I don't know. I haven't had cotton candy in years. Fuck.
No need now.
yeah. There you go. Okay.
It's cold Chardonnay.
Well,
I'll go with 89 points. I'm curious to see what's the RS in there.
the RS, yeah. It's lovely. That would go nicely with food for sure.
It does taste like a Scottish. I think I have some residual sugar.
Hmm?
It does taste like it has some residual sugar. Yeah.
I feel a little bit more RS in there
Yeah.
on the finish.
Agreed. Yeah.
Which
A
I
little
like.
bit like preserved peach.
Mm.
Something in a syrup, like.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 89 with tightrope. Where I'm at here. 89. And sorry. There you go. So I had a very specific order. So now we're going to move on into Albarino. Okay. I know you've been waiting for that for a while.
Okay, have you already, so you're not going to do the black market?
So Rob is here. Rob didn't bring the Sauvignon Blanc. He brought
Okay.
a ancestral method Chenin instead.
Oh,
So
wow.
yeah. So he switched a little bit, but that's fine because yeah, I'm fine with that. We're just gonna switch this. So now I think, according to my sheet, Mira, I'm done all of the Sauvignon Blanc.
Yeah, you're correct. Yeah.
Okay, perfect, awesome.
And I do believe that ancestral method Chenin Blanc is our only bubbly. Is that correct?
Now we have two because Rob has bring the ancestral sparkling Chenin, so we have two. So how are we gonna do that? I'm
the other one?
gonna taste first the Spanish Castle Vineyard from Terra Vista. Second, I'm gonna taste the Grand Island. Okay. And I will taste the sparkling Grand Island after. Okay, so we're gonna taste the 3 Terra Vista back to back to back, and we're gonna start with the Spanish Castle Vineyard, which is in, I believe, Washington
It says
State.
Ancient Lakes AVA. So Spanish Castle Vineyard. Is it Spanish Castle Vineyard or Castell Vineyard? Let me see here.
Oh, Castel. Castle.
Oh, castle. Okay, like a building. Okay.
Yeah.
Like Haven.
Like Haven, like heaven or Haven. Okay.
To Washington accent.
Okay, so I have this 2 here in my glass. Probably very different profile because one is at 12.2. The Ancient Lake, Washington State, is at 12.2% alcohol, and the Grand Island is from an AVA in California, just outside of Sacramento, which is not known to be a massive growing grape growing area. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah, very
Okay, so
interesting.
Spanish Castle is in California.
No, Spanish Castle is in Washington State, Ancient Lake.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see Clarksburg, California. I get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Which one? First one.
So we have what? 3 or 4 California wines in this lineup. Mostly Washington State, some Oregon, and a few California. Is
Two
that fair?
Oregon.
Oh,
Oh,
2. Only 2. Okay. Okay. Good to know. Good to know.
really crisp, bright acid for Spanish Castle. But there's a nice little orchard, like peach. But I like the citrus right out of the gate. I like the tartness on the back end. So the Spanish Castle, much like I was expecting, linear, energetic.
And these are not yet released, so we don't know the prices yet. This is Terra Vista Vineyards on the Naramata Bench. Alvarinho.
They are going to be $31.
Okay.
Okay, Spanish Castle, the Grand Island is rounder, like I was expecting.
Okay.
The finish lingers for freaking ever.
Oh, interesting.
Holy smokes.
Beautiful. And what's the
Yeah, this is really, really, really cool. That
Spanish Castle?
that Grand Island has the longest finish of all the wines that I had so far.
Hmm.
Peachy nose.
And so the one you're tasting right now is the Grand Island.
Mhm.
Ah, okay, okay. Interesting. I do also think it's the lowest alcohol by volume.
No, that's the Spanish Castle is at 12.2. The Grand Island is 13.5.
Oh, okay, I have 2 Grand Islands here. One
Yes, the other Grand Island is the sparkling.
sparkling. Ah, okay. Thanks for clarifying. Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah, that I'm
So
gonna
this
taste
is
right
the one we've
after.
got. Okay, I'll show on the screen here which one we're actually
Wow,
talking about.
that finish is really, really impressive. And it lingers like on the side of my tongue. It's really unique.
Oh wow. I don't know the
This is incredible. This is 91 plus points, okay?
wow.
This is my top rated wine so far. Holy smokes. The
And
finish is incredible.
we don't know the price on this one yet either.
$31.
This one for sure is 31.
Yes, she emailed me this morning.
Okay, okay, okay.
I asked her to because they're not released yet. So the sparkling.
This also your highest rated, but could also be your one of the priciest ones we've tasted so far, like the higher end.
Okay, yeah. I mean the delivery is totally matched the price though.
Totally.
Absolutely spectacular. The
Tell me your
the
score.
Spanish Castle is good, but I would say it's average good. Is it worth $31? Maybe. Yes, I would say 99, 89 plus. Yep. 89 plus for Spanish Castle.
Okay.
Spanish Castle. Oh, here, okay. So 89 plus and and
Easily.
wow, 91 plus for the Grand Island.
Hey.
Now, here, I'm gonna do side by side the sparkling.
With
If Mira can have a glass of sparkling.
Oh, well, thank you. That's okay.
And do you want?
All right. So what we've got here is also California, Clarksburg, Grand Island
Same
Vineyard,
vineyard.
same vineyard.
So one batch went into Charmat,
Yeah.
but a different batch because this, the funny part with that, and I took notes of it. Jesus, it sucks to get old because I can't fucking read.
Need my glasses?
Sorry.
He's got glasses on his
Need
head.
the other glasses.
Next time we need a spreadsheet with bigger box.
Yes, please.
One line per page.
Okay. So how about I read it for you?
No, it's also there's a lot of people here right now, and
The Pinot Gris?
So it's the
That's
Terra Vista Vineyards Albarino Sparkling.
yeah,
89.
Starmat Method. It's from California, Clarksburg County, Grand Island Vineyard, where we just had a different wine from.
okay, so
11
that's what I want. So it was picked for the sparkling. It was picked on August 12th.
Wow.
So I have some people who works in the vineyard here. August 12th for
Right.
picking date.
And it's 11% alcohol. Yes.
California, yeah, right. But that's just to show that how different it is down south in California.
That's true. That's
That's
true.
what it is here. It's not traditional, it's Charmat.
Yeah, but sorry.
Yeah. For sparkling. Yeah. So that's pretty interesting. Picked on August 12th. So there's 60% ferment in concrete, 40% in stainless. So a little bit of a vessel play here.
So
I'm
I
re-
also wonder, like with the 11.1% alcohol, that was probably an intentional pick early for sparkling, which is
Mhm.
pretty common for sparkling, right? That you pick earlier because you want to have that zing in the
Oh,
bubble.
absolutely. And the
Yeah.
zing is there.
Awesome.
The zing is there. So this is the most expensive wine in the lineup. I mean, it's $35. It's worth. I will give that wine a 90 points. There's a little residual sugar at the end, definitely. A little bit, makes it a little bit more peachy. You start on the citrus spectrum, maybe key lime. There's a little bit of a peach pit in the mid palate, a little bit of herbaceous part, maybe chamomile as well, but finish on the little bit of a residual, very moderate though, nothing extravagant, but it complements well the 11.2%. So well balanced, 90 points. I like that, but I have to say, out of the three, the Grand Island still wine, and it's freaking fantastic.
So I have to give a big shout out because I actually have this wine in my glass. Thank you, Luke, for bringing it upstairs. Thank you, Karen, all the friends down there bringing up these awesome wines. But it is fantastic. You are so right.
She gives good credit.
So
She does.
before I do the other sparkling,
Mm.
we have a.
Did you bring the other glass down?
I'm gonna do the other Albarino. We have another Albarino here, and it's
So-
the.
Stop, because that sparkling, what was your score for it?
90.
90. Okay. Okie dokie.
I'm gonna get
Now I'm doing the Lunescence Albarino. Okay,
Okay.
It's coming to her.
it's coming to you
You
apparently.
guys are so on the ball. It's okay. I don't normally actually taste the wine, so this is great. Thanks, guys.
Okay, so
Oh,
Lunescence.
Thank you. It's a new experience. I actually get to taste all the wines. It's pretty cool.
I can
Don't
see
worry,
some
don't worry.
similarity here with the. I can see some similarity with the Spanish Castle Albarino a little bit.
Okay. And we don't know exactly which AVA this is, or we do?
No, I don't. I don't.
Okay, we don't know that yet. But we do know it's 5 months, neutral French, and stainless split.
Yeah, but and I don't have the split.
Chenin Blanc. This is the Albarino.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much. That's luminescence. Thank you. Oh, that's got a nice nose. Very nice nose.
Wait, is it California?
No, this is it's Washington, but I don't have an EVA.
Oh,
We will give that wine a 89.
that's a Simeon.
89 points.
I'm gonna drop some.
Yeah, it's kind of like this is these like.
I just like wish I had a little crunchiness in the mid palate here to keep the lift up. So yeah, I will do eight. I can't find it on my
It is.
the rosé. I don't know.
My ours are just.
I'm losing control on my
So-
spreadsheet
Oh,
here.
no. Luminescence, it's right underneath right here.
Yeah, say vineyard.
Right under the Albarinos. The other Albarinos you just did.
Yeah, it's good.
Okay, here.
Yeah.
Albarino.
Right above
89.
the Chardonnays, Monsieur Chardonnay.
Very soon. So now that I've done that, we're gonna do Chenin Blanc.
Yeah.
We're gonna do Chenin, and I have my friend
Are you doing?
Rob Hammersley here,
Are you?
sitting right beside me. So I'm gonna bring him in to chat with us. Yeah, I think so. There's a bin of
Which one?
okay.
I'll give you my chair.
Yeah. So Rob's gonna join me.
Oh, that's
Yes.
fantastic. So we only have one Chenin Blanc that's single varietal, and then we have a blend with Chenin Blanc in it. Is that correct?
We got Chenin Blanc.
So
from
we have the Riverstone
and then the splash.
and the
Oh,
Splash.
you do
2
have a-
Riverstone
Oh, okay.
plus, but we also have Black Market Ancestral Method
Okay, I found it. Mhm.
Chenin Blanc. So
Okay.
yeah, there you go.
Perfect.
Rob,
Right.
how's it going?
Good. Just switch over a bit.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks
Oh,
for
look at
having
the color. Holy smokes. Okay, so we had you have tasted a bunch. What do you think of what you've tasted so far?
I'm gonna taste it.
Really, it's just a massive range.
A massive range, eh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, nothing's really struck me as sort of being odd or uncharacteristic for the wines, which is, I guess, to be expected. Some really fantastic stuff.
It's fantastic. So we can see like the varietal specificity, right?
Yeah.
Like we tasted the Sauv Blanc, tastes like Sauv
Yeah.
Blanc. I mean, there's nothing like who jumped out.
Well, and it was nice to see a range of different AVAs or different vineyard locations, because that's what really tells the story.
And I think to me that was the range of acid. That's where a little bit who
Yeah.
kind of like lower acid, higher acid.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Let's talk about your story.
Yeah.
Let's talk about Black Market. I mean, just like others, I mean, the decision to go down south was at some point like you had to do it. It was not like, oh, let's wait until next year. We'll take a year off. And I mean, this
100% out of necessity.
exactly. But what was like that out of necessity became something pretty cool though.
It's going to go down as one of the more memorable vintages. I had a lot of fun because our approach was really to take to source as many types of grapes that we wouldn't normally be able to work with here in the Okanagan. So I didn't want our regular customers to say, oh, well, you know, you've got this Merlot from Cleedon and this Merlot. I don't want the comparisons in that sense. So for me, it was a way to sort of stretch my legs a little bit in terms of my skill and understanding working with grapes that are completely new to me. So it was a learning experience all the way. And it was fun. It's I guess I shouldn't say it was fun. It still is fun. We're just in the process now of getting some of these into bottle, getting ready to get them out to the public. So That's sort of the culmination of the experiences. I've had all my fun so far, but now I'm hoping that everyone else gets to have some fun with those wines too.
I mean, it's all about open mind. I mean, like when people understand that it's out of necessity and the money doesn't go in Donald Trump's pocket, and like, you know, all of that politic stupidity that we've been hearing, like, oh, it's
Farmers helping farmers.
I mean, this is freaking crazy. You've built relationship down there.
Yeah.
I mean, you picked up the phone, you went down there, you met with people, you tasted wine, you walked the vineyard, you did the whole thing.
I pressed grapes down there. Yeah, I did everything. And I went to school down there. So it was kind of back to my old stomping ground. So it was nice to be back there. It was really refreshing. It's a different industry down there. They're more mature. It's a much larger scale. There's a lot more independent growers that only grow grapes down there than there are in the Okanagan. It's been a while since I've seen the stat locally, but there's a very high proportion of winery owned vineyards here. So when you're in Washington, you're dealing with professional farmers. All they do is farm.
They don't necessarily make wine.
No,
they just grow grape.
Yep. And so their incentive is to grow as much high quality fruit as they can. And they're used to working with a multitude of different wineries. And that was really refreshing. You know, their willingness to listen to what I'm looking for, to help me get the goals that I'm looking for out of a particular grape. That's just, they're all about customer service, which is really, really nice. We just don't have that sort of scale of independent farmers here.
Yeah, and that's really, really cool. So let's talk about what's in our glass right now, because I mean,
so there,
my Okanagan palate, I'm like, yeah, that's the acid I was looking for. Holy shit, this is like zingy.
It's Chenin Blanc, so that is a high acid grape.
Holy smokes, that's good.
This is the ancestral method. So we made so Chenin and the Cinsault were the two grapes that I sourced first. The two I was kind of most excited to work with that I'm likely never going to get a chance to do so again here. This comes from a vineyard which is in the Columbia Valley AVA, so it's the larger generic AVA. And this particular vineyard is called Arete Vineyard, and it's situated. You can stand in the middle of this vineyard, and Mira, you actually have a picture of me with one of the growers there. You look to
we lost her.
Yeah. If you look one direction, you see Waluke Slope.
Okay.
And you look the other direction, you see Royal Slope.
Okay.
Really right in the middle of the two. These are 50-year-old vines, certified organic.
The salinity.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It is crazy. And Chenin Blanc was the absolute last grape we harvested out of the 9 different wines we pulled in from Washington. The very last.
With that level of acid.
Yeah.
It's nuts.
It is.
It's nuts.
Yeah.
So you decided to do a ancestral method with it. So let's that's one of my very favorite thing, when someone show up here with the paint tape on the bottle. I fucking love it. This is the best. So
it's a wild ferment.
Wild ferment.
Yeah. This is fermented in tank. What we did with the Chenin is we did kind of three different versions of it. We did about half the batch fermented and aged in barrel for our still wine, which will be coming out sometime later this summer. We did some of it in stainless steel for the table wine, and then we did the ancestral in a tank, and then bottled it just before it finished its fermentation.
Where's the alcohol level set right now with that?
All right, we're going to be in the 12 range.
12.2.
Yep.
Yeah, this is crisp. It's exact. So you often have surprise with ancestral method, right? It's like you never really know what's coming out. Is it what you were expecting, or you were like, holy shit, there's a few things you didn't expect?
So I'm
gonna be honest here.
I'm really happy with the bubbles. It's a really, really soft, elegant, delicate mousse, which is often hard to achieve in an ancestral. Often the bubbles are actually quite on the aggressive side. So
you know when you feel like it's coming out of your nose when you have a sip. I know that's one of the part. I'm like, it's too much, right? No, this is
and the bubbles are tiny. If you think of the last sparkling we had, those were really big bubbles.
Yeah,
these are tiny. And there's There's definitely you can definitely pick up on the wild ferment here. It's got a little bit of a savory undertone to it, more so on the palate, on the nose than on the palate. Yeah, like I said, it's an ancestral. You get what you get. There's no tweaking the final fermentation.
No, it is what it is.
It is what it is, and I think it's got a ton of character.
That's
Bright
fine.
citrus, tons of lemon on the finish. That sort of honey beeswax note to it.
Yeah, citrus all over when it comes in. So what's going to be the retail price?
29.
29.
Yeah.
Well, this is 91 points here, okay? Because this is absolutely fantastic.
Thanks.
This is great. So after you did, because we're gonna taste a little later your rosé
And the Semillon.
and the Semillon.
Yeah.
We tasted the Semillon out of the tank yesterday. I love the complexity of that wine. Where did you source the Semillon from?
Semillon's Walouk.
Walouk,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah. Same grower as the Chenin. Different vineyards. They've got 2,000 acres of grapes down there. They're small.
Small farmer.
And the Semillon. So most of these vineyards that this particular family farms are certified organic. The Semillon is also almost 45 years old. It's actually in a late in life transition to organic.
Okay.
So they're in year 3 of their 3-year transition. So it isn't certified organic, but it's been farmed organically for 3 years. Yeah, pretty cool stuff they're doing.
And the Cinsault, what's tell me more.
Well,
Come on, I know you got so excited about that
Yeah.
one. And we tasted it yesterday and I can't wait to do more tonight. But yeah, tell me more about the
So when I first thought about what grape I wanted for a rosé, my instantly I went to Grenache. I'm like, oh, I got to get some Grenache. And then when I talked to this grower, Andrews Family Vineyards, Jeff Andrews, and he said, "Oh, well, we also have some Cinsault." I'm like, "You're kidding me." I mean, the only way there's 1 or 2 people growing Cinsault here in the valley. Not much of it around. And I'm a huge fan of rosé from Provence. And if you've ever had a wine or rosé from southern France, guaranteed you've had Cinsault before. So I thought, oh, this is going to be fun. So we secured a 1 acre block of that. And that's also the first time, maybe we can talk about this more when we taste it, but we did a machine pick on that, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, so it's pretty unique on that too. So
yeah, we'll talk about that when we actually get around to tasting.
so good. I'm gonna bring you back. So something that we won't taste today, obviously, is your Grenache, the GSM program.
Yes.
That you're doing. So your wine club member is gonna have some pretty nice surprise package at some point, eh?
Yeah, we'll have I'm typically we're on a 2-year barrel aging program for our reds, but I think we'll be closer to 12 to 15 months on this. I want to keep it that sort of
fresh
Coteron style, fresh, less oak influence. So there's a chance we might bottle this late this year or very, very early next year.
Okay. And you're gonna do the GSM and also single varietals of all of the trees.
So that is the plan. So what I would love,
shouldn't have to talk about
no. I'm because I want to build some demand for this. But what I would love to do is to take a barrel of each of the Grenache, the Syrah, and the Mourvèdre and bottle it, and then sell it as a pack with each of the individual varietals, and then 3 bottles of the GSM.
The blend. Sold.
Yeah. I think it'd be a fantastic way for people to be able to play around themselves with the blends. I mean, I'm going to ultimately make my own decision on what the blend is, but I think that's a great experience for people. We actually did a blending seminar last summer at the winery for the syndicate.
Yeah,
and,
I was there.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic experience. So give people the ability to tinker themselves, I think would be pretty cool.
How many cases total that you've sourced from Andrews Vineyard, Andrews Family Vineyard? Because all of your wine was from the same family, or you
no.
So how many cases total?
We're looking at about 1,700 cases total.
Okay. So which replaced your usual production of white?
That's kind of the lower end of. It's hard to say what's normal for us because we haven't had a lot of normal vintages, but we brought in about 25 tons of grapes.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did you find the process? Was it logistically a nightmare, or you went like smoother?
No, well, I shouldn't say. For me, it wasn't. We worked with a collaborative group of small wineries that help each other, and we had one individual doing the truck runs back and forth and doing all the customs work. So from my perspective, it was quite easy. It was a lot of work for the guy spearheading that, and my hat goes off to him for all the work he did on that. That's Effie.
Yeah, yeah.
So he's been doing this for years. He's been making wines in Washington since
He has connections and
so he's got the process dialed in, and it was seamless for us. It was a ton of work for him, but all things considered, it wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be. Some grapes we actually brought up as, like, all the reds we brought up as actual grapes. Whites, I would go down there and do the pressing or bring the juice up. Just a bit easier to keep things stable as juice.
Yeah, absolutely. Then you never know what's going to happen at the border, and so. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
When's your tasting room going to get open for the season?
Friday. Next Friday.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
So, well, thanks, and hope you keep enjoy all of these wines, and we'll come back a little later.
Cool.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, Rob. There you go. 91 points, the second highest rated wine so far. Ancestral Method, Black Market, Chenin Blanc. This was freaking awesome. Mira, did you get your Ancestral Method?
I'm gonna come over there and get some from you.
There you go. So, we're.
Oh, they already brought it up. You can bring it up.
There you go. There you go. So we're here now. We're gonna move. We had Ancestral Method, Chenin Blanc. Now from Black Market, let's move Chenin Blanc from Riverstone. So our second Chenin of the day. If you're a fan of the club, if you follow us for a while, we know that the Silva Vineyard and Winery makes every year an outstanding Chenin Blanc from the Okanagan at his own vineyard on the Hidden Hollow Vineyard. And actually, I can tell you that that Richard is planting more Chenin Blanc grapes this year. It's going to expand. He took over a vineyard right next to the Hidden Hollow Vineyard, so we can expect an increase of production in terms of Sauvignon Blanc, in terms of Chenin Blanc. Now, Riverstone, let's see where they are sourced that Chenin Blanc. Riverstone, Sauvignon. That's gonna take me a freaking year and a half to find that. Rosé, Albarino, Chenin Blanc. One.
The wall looks slow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
God, yes. Can't see anything.
Oh, I need.
We need lights.
Nah, but there's no light here, so that's the shitty part.
I'm gonna make the print bigger next year.
Riverstone, Good Neighbors. There you go. Thank you. So, again, with Riverstone, they're calling their this line the Good Neighbor series, which is right on the front label, which is really cool. Shout out to them for that. Well described back and front label, so there's no surprise. We know what we're getting into. So Wallach Slope, 13.4% alcohol. Let's see, is there any specific Good Neighbor Chenin? Great price at $25.90, so $26. 208 cases made, so small, tiny production. It's kind of dry hay, or wet hay, like hay kind of smell. A little bit of bee wax.
Is this a blend?
No, this is a show. Next one. Blend's coming next.
It's the straight Sauvignon, Chenin Blanc.
Oh,
That's
Yeah.
straight.
Yeah, that's what you just. That's this.
That's what he's got.
Yeah. Okay.
The next one is.
or just right there.
So bigger, sweeter, much more on like candied lemon. Great surprise on the mid palate though. There's something who's like clamping down, the little tartness that brings a little bit more seriousness.
It's kind of big. Stop looking.
Hey, Carl Boucher, which one are you on?
Lemon. Chenin Blanc. She's got it in her.
Riverstone Chenin Blanc. It's in your glass right in front of you.
I know they're so good, you guys. Thank you.
To
And
me,
it's
it's a little
not the-
too peachy in the front, on the front palate.
Okay.
I do like the mid palate and the length. It's good. It's interesting. I was expecting more zing, more zip.
Well, this is your
Very
Okanagan
surprising.
palette. This is the trend that we're seeing. So this is probably a difference, right?
Yeah, it's probably the biggest difference that I've seen so far. Here, so I'm gonna go 89 points here. Not that is something that I'm not disappointed. It's I mean, this is a regional style, a little different, higher in alcohol as well. Yeah, a little hay bale, like on the nose as well. Not a lot of fruit on the nose, but extremely peachy on the front palate. So here, Riverstone.
So what we have for Riverstone in the Chenin Blanc is Waloux Slopes,
Yep, you got that right. So
right? And it's a
89, 89.
25.90 plus tax.
And I'm gonna follow by the Splash. So Splash usually is a blend of Gewürztraminer, Pinot Gris, and Sauvignon Blanc year in and year out. Always a fun little easy drinking red blend. So this year Riverstone brought to the Okanagan Chardonnay, Chenin Blanc, and Pinot Gris, I believe. Yeah. So they do now their Splash with the 3 grape varietals that they brought. So a
So
blend of
in your notes here, it does say Chenin Chard Sauve.
Chardonnay, so yeah, not Pinot Gris, but Sauve. So the 3 white grape varietals that they did every one. They produced a single varietal plus a portion went on the Splash made from the Chardonnay, the Sauve, and the Chenin.
Awesome. And the Splash is it's a wine club member favorite. It's a Carl's Wine Club member favorite too. Just an easy drinking, great priced wine, right?
No, I had it. I thought that was yes. So I said, no, thank you.
Fruity.
Got it.
Nice price. I will go 89 plus. This is to me a exotic version of fruit salad, like what we use with the Pinot Gris from the Okanagan. Fruit, lots of orchard fruit, lots of it, and throw in there some ripe pineapple.
Mm.
Okay, so that's how I will describe it. 89 points. There you go. Good job, Riverstone. I like how clear cut their labels are. The Good Neighbors series. So good job to Riverstone and the team. Now let's move on to the Pinot Gris Viognier from Noble Ridge. How do you pronounce the name, Mira?
Villicus.
Villicus? Villicus. I've noticed I don't have the split of the varietals, so I don't know if it's 60-40, 50-50.
60-40.
There you go. 60-40 according to Karen. Karen. So thank you, Karen. 635 cases from Noble Ridge from this wine here. Flower on the nose. Here, guys, if you want, anyone wants to splash on this. Yeah, flower on the nose, like lots of chamomile.
Oh, interesting.
White flowers, yeah, white flowers on at first.
Yeah. I think one more.
Want that one?
Yeah.
I like this.
Which one's
Price point? You hot, baby.
what is this one again?
The Villicus, the Pinot Gris.
Crisp, I like how crisp it is.
I like this one.
I mean, I feel like the Grigio brings some zing to the VO. Great combination here. I mean, at that price point, if I read properly, $21. I mean, at $21, this is very well priced. This is very well priced. This is enjoyable. I like I like the acid. I like the nose.
It's a nice wine.
That's a case buy.
It's a great QPR. I think people are all looking at each other here around the table, and we're all everyone's like, yep, 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 yep. No, I think it's.
I could buy a case.
I mean, nothing
Heritage
stands
by case.
out.
There you go.
Nothing sticks out. I mean, everything is online. You get the nose. You're like, okay, the palate reflects the nose. The acid is there. I mean, to me, it's a big thing. And JD's in the house. There you go. How's it going, man?
Let's go. Let's go.
John Daniel Still from the Okanagan Crush Pad just showed up.
Let's go.
Great to see you.
Mm.
Hey, I gotta say, we've had two of these Villicus wines from Noble Ridge. It's kind of fun to see what every winery's done with the branding, and they've often had fun with it. I think Spearhead, who is not in this lineup, but I think they did a dual citizen line, right? So Villicus, Noble Ridge. In Roman times, a villicus was a steward, bailiff, or farm manager who oversaw agricultural labor on a villa rustica. They
There
were
you
the
go.
head of the
Nice
farming
wine, too.
operation, ensuring the smooth functioning of the estate's activities. So they were kind of like the stewards of that particular vineyard, like adopting it. Mhm.
Well, thank you, Mira, for that great little cultural portion of our show. Uh, uh, 90 plus points here. I love that. I really love that. It's nice and easy, but it lingers. Nice and easy, but lingers.
Again,
Thank you, Jacob, for taking care of
thank
my
you so
wife like
much.
that.
Thank
You'll be
you.
you'll be rewarded. Um,
Thank
uh,
you.
so I'll go from the Grigio Viognier to the 100% Viognier from Noble Ridge. So Noble Ridge were
Okay.
great to send the 4 of their Villicus wine so far. Really good. Now we're going to go to the 100% VO. This is the smallest batch of all of them, under 200 cases. But Jean, I talked with Benoit Gauthier, the winemaker, yesterday actually, and Benoit said, "You know what? I don't grow Viognier here," and I was super thrilled to have a small batch of VO that I can work with. It's one of his very great varietals. So their process at Noble Ridge was to source the grapes, to
More.
source the farm first, find the farmer, go up there, build a relationship, spend every 2 weeks going out there, walk the vineyard, and they make the wine there. They press, they harvest, they press, they stabilize the juice, and ship the wine in tote before fermentation at the winery. So some of the winery went that way, and that was the protocol at
Oh,
Noble Ridge.
I gotta say, these Viogniers have such a pretty nose.
Floral, super
Oh,
floral on the
very
100%
beautiful.
VO.
You brought back a wine glass, right?
Still a little bit.
Very nice. And I don't know which one is which. I didn't keep track, but
The one she just brought is the
The rounder one,
okay.
the more floral one on the nose is your 100% VO. But also, wow, this is well priced.
Yep.
Very well
Ooh,
priced for.
wow.
There's a and I come back with that.
Distinct.
They has preserved the acidity in that wine, and VO is not a grape that has high acid naturally.
It's all there.
And this has a great opening. It
Mm.
comes out crisp. It's not the thick, heavy VO from the south
No.
of the Rhone Valley.
No,
It's
no, no.
not a Rhone Valley style. It's not the
Mhm.
lick, like, you know, the textural VO is pretty lean in terms of texture.
Mhm.
It doesn't have a heavy mid palate,
No, it's very refreshing. Very nice.
but yeah, it's super
Mhm.
floral. I mean, if you ask me, I will go with the VO Pinot Grigio
Mm,
more, but I like that VO too. I will go 90 points for the VO. Okay,
very nice.
21 dollars plus tax. I mean, this is very I mean, this is very well priced. Um,
Oh, I know.
Very nice.
Yeah.
I think we're about to get into sorry, you said how many points?
90.
90. Okay. I think we're about to get into what we have one more Viognier and then we're about to get into the Chardonnays. Is that right?
Nope, we got a Semillon.
We're gonna do
Oh,
a Riesling and a Semillon before we go into the
okay.
Chard. I know,
Okay.
I know, me too, me too. Me too. I really want to go, but I need to fall.
First, please.
I need to go. I need to keep.
Perfect. Okay.
Okay, so
Okay. I
let's do
got it.
Hester Creek Viognier, okay?
Okay. Sounds good.
Hester Creek Viognier.
Karen, slash of the sound.
So I tried to keep up on these numbers. I think we're on wine number 24
By the way, that's
out of 45.
Yeah.
Hey guys, somebody is at our door. If someone doesn't mind opening to see if that's a member, a winery. Thank you so much.
Joanna's on it. Look
Thank
good.
you.
This is so Hester Creek VO.
Oh yeah.
I
Okay.
mean, I like that too. I like that too. It's fun. It's
There we
I
go.
mean, it's not uber complex, but I don't think it's ever been the goal in that wine. It's just cheerful.
That's patio wine.
It's a absolutely bang on, exactly. It's a patio wine, and you don't usually see Viognier as a patio wine. I like how light on its feet. This wine dance. This wine absolutely just dancing.
Yeah.
It's fun. Shake Hodes in the house.
Oh, yay. Hey guys.
There you
Charlie,
go.
stay
There you
code.
go. That's me. If I'm just only at there, and she's I'm behind. I'm behind.
I think so. I think you got to start doing, and you know what would be fun, you guys, and Karen is so good at this. We can blind taste you on a few.
Oh, the rosé. Maybe we should do that.
Because,
Or
you know, the
Chardonnay blind.
spreadsheet
We should do some
is not,
Chardonnay blind.
There you go.
yeah.
Okay, everyone is like, yeah, we should do it. Carl's gonna look like an idiot. That is awesome.
That, or you can do an interpretive dance.
Yeah, no, I'll do the blind.
Do the interpretive dance.
I'll do the dance. Okay, you know what? I'm giving 90 points to that Viognier at Hester Creek. I really like that different style.
Mhm.
A little bit fruitier, not as floral as the Noble Ridge.
Okay.
A little bit more fruity, but oh, this is delicious too. So Hester Creek Viognier, 90 points. That's the rosé. It's getting a little rowdier here. I love it. The atmosphere is getting up there. That's can you tell me where's the Hester Creek Viognier on my list, Mira?
Yes, I can. Yes, it should
I
be
got
near
it.
the
I got
very
it.
end. The very end. And you said 90 points, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
90.
So I think the next two we can't blind taste you on because there's a Semillon and a Riesling, and it'd be pretty easy to tell which one is which. So let's get to those.
And look at that. Thanks for another paint tape, green tape. I
I
love
love
that.
that.
Super cloudy. This is right out of the tank at Black Market Wine Company. So this
Wow.
is the Semillon, Old Vine Semillon. That's one of the wine yesterday afternoon that Rob took me to the tank room and we had a little sip of it.
Can I come join you?
You sure can. You sure
That
can.
is
You
super
know what?
cool.
You know, that's when you know that you made it as a podcaster. When people say, "Can I join you, please?" You know.
Cheers.
Okay. Okay. There you go. So this is the collusion series.
It's a little on the cloudy side. We just took this out of barrel.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
So the end of March, so 6 months in barrel. We did half of the batch fermented in mostly neutral oak, some newer oak. So you're going to get a bit of that sort of oak profile.
I can smell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then half in tank. So we just made that combination about just a little over a week ago. So that's why it's a little bit cloudy. All got stirred up as we don't rack. I didn't rack the stem off of the lees. I want the lees in there because it has some good winemaking attributes to it.
And for people who are listening, the lees, that's what makes the wine cloudy.
Yep.
So
Yeah,
that's
so-
the reason why you see the wine that with that aspect. The lees,
Yeah, those are
it's
all
not
the-
filtered.
Dead yeast. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or yeast poop is some for people.
Ah.
Anyways, it brings a lot of good character to the wine as well. It brings some texture to the body.
Mouthfeel.
It's got a reductive character to it, so it's an antioxidant, which is why it's good to have lees in a barrel because barrels breathe, so it kind of counteracts the.
It's a preservative.
Oxidative. Yeah, yeah.
So, I mean,
So it won't get bottled cloudy like this. It's going to settle in tank. We'll rack it. We'll filter it, but it is cloudy now because.
and you do a light filtration.
Yeah.
You don't go with thick filter like something like sometime will kind of change a little bit the profile.
Not necessarily. I do sterile filter wines that have not gone through malolactic fermentation because they're not very microbially stable. So to put an unfiltered wine in bottle, a white that has not gone through MLF, is a pretty risky, dangerous thing to do. So we do tend to sterile filter our whites that have not gone through ML.
One thing that I noticed in that wine, it's the length and the complexity.
Yeah.
We talk about when you went down there and you source the grapes. I mean, this wine is probably coming from a older vineyard.
Yeah. Well, it's
Okay.
about 40, 45 years old.
45 years
Yeah.
old. Okay, because I mean, I can feel the age of the vines in that wine. I don't know if it sounds stupid, but I feel like the layers
The
keep.
complexity, and there's a lot of richness and depth in the flavor.
Yeah.
The texture comes a little bit more from the winemaking side, but it's the flavor and the complexity that comes from the grapes themselves.
Dense flavors, citrus.
Yeah, this is so we haven't made Semillon at Black Market since the 2019 vintage. That was the last year we had our Semillon contract, and I would for the 5 years I made it would tend to harvest relatively early to capture that really racy, vibrant side because I did it 100% barrel fermented. So this is a little bit richer and riper in style. I think I haven't had the alcohol tested, but I'm guessing we're in the 13 range.
Yeah, 13.
So it's got a little bit more body, a little bit more. I don't want to say heat because it's not a hot wine, but it's got more richness than the Semillon that I used to make from the Okanagan.
Which was more linear,
Yep.
more energetic.
Yeah.
This is more on the soft and opulent side.
Yeah.
Side. I give it a 90 plus.
Bit early to rate it, but I think it's in depth.
I know where it's going.
Yeah.
I know where it's going. And on the retail side, what's the plan with that wine? Where do you stand on the price point?
We're going to be doing almost all of our whites in the $24 to $26 range.
24.
Yep.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
That's
Yeah.
reasonable.
That might be a 91. At that price though, I'm going from 90 plus to 91. No, definitely. To me, it makes a big difference. I was expecting maybe a 29 to 32.
Yeah. No. We're
24 to 26. That's to me. Yeah, there's a change here. You change category.
Yeah.
So okay, no, I'm gonna go 91 here.
awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
Cheers.
you. Cheers.
Talk to you when it's
Oh.
daytime.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm coming
So
back.
this is the collusion.
Wow.
Okay. So, okay.
Spectacular.
Not me. Not me. I have nothing to do with that.
Love it. So one thing I didn't catch is where is that wine from that we just tasted from Black Market, the Collusion Series Semillon. You just gave it 91 points, and it's still in tank and barrel. Like it's in barrel, actually. It's not in
No,
tank.
it's in tank now.
We moved
It's in
from
tank now.
barrel to tank. Yeah.
Tank. Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
Yeah.
So it's a tank sample. You gave it 91 points, and it's in that $24 to $26 plus
You
tax
got that right.
category. So that's very exciting. And
It
so
is super exciting.
what I didn't catch is where it's from, where the grapes are from. What's that?
Walouk Slope.
Walouk Slopes. Okay.
Yes,
So we
thank
have
you.
seen this one before. We have seen this one. I'm going to try and share my.
Sorry, there was a little crash here, so I'm just trying to
I
pick up
saw
the bits.
that very, very fancy spinning of your screen and whatnot.
Well, I mean, we tried. It was the start of a fist fight, and I mean, they stopped us, so we're good.
I thought it was called collision.
Yeah, that was a collision. You're right. You froze here, so I'm not sure what happened. If it's my side or your side, but you're completely frozen on my side. We'll see what's happening here. That's the beauty of a live. I mean, okay, let's cut. Okay, we're gonna. No, I can't do that. There you go. You're. No, I think you. Okay, you're here.
Yeah, so the funny thing is I do have a backup,
This blast under
luckily.
his foot right here.
So when I went like this with my hand and I spun my hand around,
Yeah.
it gave my phone a signal to shut down. Like the whole phone turned off.
Oh, it's like when we do this with the other phone
Yeah,
and
like
it
when
takes
you
the
wave and
picture.
it takes a picture of you. Yeah.
Ah,
So
there you go. So now let's get back to Lillooet, okay? We're going to go back to Lillooet with 4 Barons. We already listened here. Sedgex, the viticulturist, assistant winemaker down there. We heard the story with the Here and There's, the Here and There series. Now we're tasting their Riesling. That's the only Riesling in the whole lineup. Which is surprising because when you look at the list of grapes, the star grapes in the Columbia Valley, Riesling is right up there. But hey, the only Riesling, so we can see there's a lot of tropical in that Riesling. So on the nose, I can tell you, it's not a dry Riesling. It's not a Riesling Niagara, Beamsville Bench style with petrol and all of that. This is completely at the opposite. It's more on orchard fruit, maybe more a little bit of Alsatian nose. It's peachy, a little bit grassy as well. A little bit of hay, a little bit of bee wax.
And they're calling their series the Here and
They're
There.
here and there. The palate is awesome. Oh, I was expecting something much sweeter with more residual sugar. I mean, I don't have the numbers. I didn't take the numbers. I know I might be 15, 16 gram of residual sugar, but the acid is bright. The balance between both.
Barons, right? So
Yeah.
I do have tech sheets for a lot of these wines. Kim Lawton.
I mean, the balance is very impressive for off dry on the nose that much and coming out clean like that. The texture is a little bit lean, but I love that citrus peel after the mid palate. I mean, great price point.
Okay, so do you want to know the RS? Because you're double. So it's 7.5 grams per liter RS. Okay.
Oh, 7.5. Okay.
The TA is 8.2 and the pH is 2.88, 12% alcohol. So very interesting, very balanced, I would think.
That is lovely.
Yeah, what's interesting, so it says they were handpicked, given 12 hours of skin contact after crushing, then lightly pressed, followed by a long and cold fermentation. After daily tasting, the fermented stainless steel was stopped naturally by lowering the core temperature of the wine.
This is absolutely fantastic. I love that wine. I really like that wine. And at that price, I give this wine a 91 point. I really like that. Fort Barons. Yeah, very, very, very well done here.
And a great price point. We often find that with the Fort Barons wines. Great price point.
Here, Fort Barons Shard. Where's my Fort Barons Riesling?
So
Here.
your Fort Barons Riesling is going to be right near the Moraine and all the Pinot Gris.
Yeah, I got it. Just was right under the Pinot Gris. Well done. What a great surprise. I mean, this is crazy. You smell it, you're like, ugh, that's going to be pretty sweet.
Oh.
And you get that and you're like, whoa, bright and crisp. And so, okay, baby, let's do it. This is the Chardonnay flight.
She's going to try it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Oh, I'm trying the Fort Barons first, but we're starting on Chardonnay after that. Thank you so much.
Okay, so I'm going to...
Karen likes that one, I think.
Hey?
I can see why. Karen likes the Fort Barons Riesling.
Oh, it's fantastic. It's absolutely fantastic. Really surprising. I didn't expect that.
And again, so different than what we're used to in BC for Riesling.
I know.
But delicious. Really interesting.
Okay. Just gonna have one more bite. I'm gonna start with the Riverstone Chardonnay. Okay. It's unoaked. So let's start with the crisp.
So I have an idea. You start with your Riverstone Chardonnay. Then should we listen to the interview with Alison Moyes at Soul Barrel?
Who's the other one? I had a fourth one.
I don't see another one.
No, okay. Riverstone Chardonnay. How about we do the whole Chardonnay flight because Alison has a rosé.
A rosé.
So let's do the whole Chardonnay. Huh?
We're gonna finish with rosé.
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
Okay, so let's get
some pulled pork. So that's good.
Let's go back to Riverstone and their Good Neighbors series. Now this is their 100% unoaked Chardonnay.
Jacob's bringing
on the left side, and just make sure it's turned off, and just leave it open if it's on. Thank you so much.
So discreet on the nose.
So we're talking the Riverstone Chardonnay at this point.
So let's see here. Riverstone Splash. Oh, I forgot to read that one. 89. Riverstone.
It's going to be under the Chardonnays at the very end. It's unoaked, correct?
Yeah, it sure is.
And it's from Horse Heaven Hills, not Horse Haven. Horse Heaven.
Yeah, good.
Towards
Towards the end. Chardonnay, Riverstone. Okay. I mean, $25. This is their first ever Chard produced. So Horse Heaven Hills appellation. It's an unoaked Chardonnay. It is. It's textbook. It is what it is. Sometimes I'm like, okay, yeah, that's next. It's good. Nothing wrong. 89 points. Match the price point. Boom. Let's move on. How do you feel about that?
Al, we did the interview with Mark, about an hour ago, Mark Hopley. You'll be able to see it in the replay just a little later.
Al. Okay, yeah. There you go. Here. Now we're going to go back to Fort Barons for their the third wine of the night. The Here and There series. Now we are on Chardonnay for for the team at Fort Barons. So let me check here where we are. Clos du Soleil, no. Here,
This one. Sorry, what was your score for the Riverstone Good Neighbor Series Chardonnay?
89. So
89.
now from the White Bluff appellation, we have a 30% French, 70% stainless steel. Age, I don't know. I don't have details on how long it was aged, but there's a bit of oak in there.
And you're talking about
Expressive.
the Fort Barons here
Fort
and there.
Barons, here and there, Chardonnay.
Okay.
Expressive on the nose, much more expressive than the Riverstone. It just explode out of the glass. Orchard, yellow apple, a little bit of apple pie. Very clean, very crisp. And very good. And very good.
Nice.
Great complexity, nice floral aspect past the mid palate. Good length. Oh man, this is the third wine from Fort Barons. The three of them, fantastic. So far, they are my winery of the tasting. Everything I tasted from Fort Barons right now, spectacular,
Well,
including
it's
that
fun.
one.
They took it very seriously, and I think that if you were following them on their social media, they were posting daily, like the vineyard in Lillooet, BC, the vineyard in, White Bluffs, Washington. So they were posting on both sides because they had their crew living there for, like you said, about 3 months, right? As we learned from the interview earlier.
Stunning, absolutely stunning. $24.99. Are you kidding me? Absolute freakingly. I haven't swear a lot today. I'm gonna start doing it. Okay, I'm gonna start doing it. It's fucking good. I love it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Fort Barons, Chardonnay.
Yeah.
Where are you? Fort Barons Chard.
Where's it?
91 points. Really, really well done. Let's do Clos du Soleil. Clos du Soleil Chard. There you go, Similkameen Valley.
Because the oven is off.
Will it just be for us?
Similar nose as the Fort Barons.
If you want.
So let's see where Clos du Soleil got their
okay, good. So no one's starving.
Washington, Yakima. So Airport Range Estate. I think there's 2 or 3 of their varietals from that single vineyard. So we're looking at Yakima Valley. We're looking at the $26 wine, I believe. Next time we really need to have something bigger or better lighting. It's driving me bonkers. Can't see nothing.
Okay. So you are on which wine?
Clos du Soleil. So
Okay,
this
so
wine
first
is
you
not
have to
real.
tell me-
Has
first you have to
not-
tell me the Fort Barons here and there Chardonnay. What was your score?
91 points. 91 points. Okay. So harvested on October 2nd. Okay. Which seems to me like it's fun. It's funny because Yakima, south of the like a really hot area. So October 2nd, fairly late.
Yeah.
Great nose. I can smell oak in there. Hey, where's the light? God's sake.
Sorry.
Thank you.
I can bring a lamp. I'm going to bring you a light.
So
It's getting
that
darker.
was
I think you should wrap it
Can
up.
you open that? Is it
Yeah, let me get it.
Is it possible if I open that?
Yeah, it wasn't good before because it was so bright.
Yeah.
But now
No. That's too bright. Yeah. Cool. Thank you. There you go. Okay.
We'll have to be light.
all right.
There
So
you
here's
go.
the specs, you guys, on this one. The
And there was light. No, that's fine, Jacob.
Okay.
Fuck, no. It's in my face doesn't work. That's all good. Okay. Fermented in oak. Nice complexity.
All right, so I am gonna get this map if it kills me here with this. Here we go. There we go. Because I want to know where this Yakima
Okay.
Valley is. Yeah.
South is just Yakima is just it's neighbor with Horsehaven Hill.
Okay. Horse Heaven.
Now we're starting to talk about like much more complexity. This is. Are you gonna come and join me in a few minutes?
I will.
You will?
Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect.
You're coming up.
Awesome. Okay. That's complex. It's delicious. It's really, really good. I like the citrus. I like the maybe a little bit of orchard fruit, but just to round up the palate. There's definitely vanilla. There's definitely a little bit of crust, apple pie crust. Clos du Soleil Chard. It's one of the most complex wine I had today.
Great.
A $26 Chardonnay. And it's very well done. Very, very well done.
Did you get the price? I don't see the price because it hasn't been released yet.
Hasn't been released yet. I emailed Michael Clark, and he hasn't replied to me. It's Saturday, so I don't expect. But we'll know later. But I think that wine should be released as a wine club member exclusive. That's what I heard.
Okay.
But later on. But this is really promising. I
So
give
what
that
we're
wine a
talking-
91 points as well.
Yakima Valley. If we go
Yeah.
over to the map here, Yakima is.
Yakima, right next to Horsehaven Hill.
I see it. Okay. Almost in the middle to the right of the middle, if you see that.
Middle to the right of the middle. There you go.
Prosser.
So I got some light here.
Prosser, next to Prosser, Yakima Valley. All right.
All right. All right. 91 points. Can you come back here? There you go. Is it too am I too bright?
Nope, you look good.
Perfect. Okay. Now
Pre-post.
So you said
Yeah.
91 for that one. Okay, so what
now
we got
we're going. No, I'm just gonna do this one. So that's what we're doing right now. And that's the one I was the most excited about.
great.
Yes, that's code. We're having a cold wine in a while.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. 200 cases made. Now, Shay has called this series the Growers series. So we know where it's going with that. I think it's all about growers' relationship. So Shay's coming to join. There you go. Jeez, I've never had that many assistants. It's freaking very important. I mean,
You guys
Shay,
are so
welcome.
helpful.
How's it going?
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here.
So excited.
Thanks. Yeah. I mean, thank you. 2024. What was it for you? Come on. I want to hear your story.
Yeah. Well, so exciting stuff here. So this is fruit we sourced from Rattlesnake Hills area. So a little bit of a cooler AVA.
Yeah.
Which we wanted because we didn't want to go too far off of our kind of signature house style. And so
How did you find the farmers? How was the process for you? Did you pick up the phone? Did you went through the list? Say, I want to call people. How did it happen to you?
we started cold calling.
No, I didn't want to open that one.
Oh, no, I brought you extras. I brought you extras.
Okay.
Yeah. No, we'll taste both of them because we should. This is pre.
Okay.
That's tank sample that we got, and then this is post bottle, obviously.
There you go.
Yeah,
There
she
you
knows
go.
what she's doing.
Yeah, I should shut up and just talk.
Yeah, but no, we started in Harley and I went down to Washington State in March, April last year, and just started cold calling. Actually, we started talking to the various like winery associations and started to pick out our areas. And then this particular grower, we got connected through our good buddy Effie Peril.
Yeah,
and you, I don't know if you remember, but you got in touch with them early in February.
So
a year
back
ago.
to Effie for a second,
Yeah.
because Effie was one of the first winery we feature in the club.
Yeah.
5 years ago.
Yeah, amazing.
So that's funny how things go full
I know, yeah.
circle.
Yeah.
And I remember at that time people were commenting, "This is so cool that an Okanagan winery feature Washington
Yeah.
State."
Yeah.
And now, by what Mother Nature, all of the concern we have, everything went full circle, and now Effie's name coming back
Yeah.
on the surface.
Well, yeah, and so you had introduced us to Effie, and you put us in touch with him.
Yeah.
He's such a great guy, and he was awesome to work with. And of course, he's been through this process, unlike all
a million
times. He's been doing it for 8 or 9 years, I think. Yeah. So this particular grower is a relationship that Effie had for many, many years.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And so you went down, you connected with him, you walked the vineyard with him, you tasted his wines and all of that.
Yeah. Just
That's
to
pretty cool.
get good alignment here. So
And you knew from the get-go you wanted to do Chardonnay and Rosé, or that the whole thing later on?
Yeah,
or how did that happened?
we made the decision that we wanted to replicate what we're making to give our customers the experience of terroir. So we tried to keep the winemaking the same as what we would do off of our own estate, and we just wanted to give them an experience to say we're now 100 to 200 kilometers south, and what's the resulting wine that.
How many times did you go down there?
Oh geez, how many times were we down there?
Too many.
Eight or nine trips, I think,
There
over
you go.
the season. So,
There you
yeah.
go. So now you had a really good idea of like how it's gonna happen and the logistic.
Yeah.
and that's
I mean,
really,
and to
cool.
have Effie guiding us on the journey was amazing. So yeah.
Now, in terms of the wine production, in terms of this specific Chardonnay,
Mhm.
what was the whole process? I can feel like there's some oak in there.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's a little bit like after tasting your Chardonnay
Yeah.
for 3 years, and now I got this. I'm like, whoa, okay. Now it's a little bit
different.
A little different.
Yeah.
Rounder.
Yeah.
It's not as crisp as green apple, as citrus. Now we're talking about a little bit rounder.
Yeah.
The oak
You
comes
need
up.
you need to taste the bottled version.
Because now let's type people. Okay, this
Yeah.
is what we have here. This was
Pre-bottle.
free bottle.
Yeah.
Okay, so and now we have this second one. So
Yeah.
we'll see the difference.
And I think you're gonna see code comes through on the bottled version.
Okay. Okay.
So I think this is where this is gonna head, over the next 3 to 5 years. So it's gonna be softer and rounder as we age this.
Yeah.
But as it's young, and you'll get this sense that it's kind of the signature style, like bright citrus, green apple, summertime kind of wine meant for food. And we made the wine with that intent. So half was kept in stainless.
Okay.
Mallow was blocked. The other half we put into a combination of neutral and new oak, though, but you picked up on the new oak. And so we haven't done that before. But just trying to bring a little more complexity to.
That's definitely the first wine that I have that new oak coming up that we've done today. This is fantastic. The length,
Yeah.
great length.
Quite rich, right?
Oh,
now,
yeah.
right? Yeah.
This is like bring me some food with that.
Yeah.
Like, this is fantastic. I really, really, really like it. So I was just about to say that's probably one of the highest. That's probably one of the highest.
Okay, go.
One of the highest rated wine here
I
tonight.
have to say,
I mean-
they were very excited when Karen brought this up. She's like running with the glass. She's like, you have to try this one. And Daryl, if you're still on, Daryl and Sandy, I think, Daryl, this is your type of wine.
This is the first 92 points wine of the night.
It is. It is. It is. Wow, this is
I am pretty
freaking
sure
fantastic.
that
Woohoo!
the people
Surprise,
who
it's
are
a Chardonnay. Surprise!
surprise. That's
Hey, cheers to
only
that.
Carl's
Now,
favorite. Hey, I'm pretty sure that the people who are tasting with us, we're all gonna have to do the community score because I do feel like some of these wines I would have rated higher, including this one. So we'll chat. But thank you.
okay, I'm just about to get fired here. That's pretty unique here. I mean, I do my best, but okay. Now we're tasting the post
bottling. So we just bottled this on March 25th. So still obviously very young.
a little bit more shy on the nose.
Yeah, yeah.
So
So it's very tight, compared to what we just tasted.
Yeah.
So
Wait, what did we taste? I need to taste these. Oh, this is just the bottle version versus the.
Mhm.
Oh. Was it an example of the first one? Yeah.
I mean, you can still see, but it's a little tighter, a little more.
Yeah, a
little brighter, crisper.
crisper for sure.
Yeah.
I see the same kind of level of
Profile.
yeah, the acid, like where the acid is, and
So,
that's
but
one of the
which one
common.
are you tasting? Because I don't have this on my list. Is this a new one?
No, we're tasting the same wine.
Oh,
This is pre-bottling. This is out of the tank, and this is one of the first bottle out of the bottling line. So just to see the difference,
of the finished product.
you got that right.
Thank you.
The
for
score is the same. The score is the same.
for clarifying.
Yes, Mira's like, what the heck is going
What
on
are we
here?
doing?
Yeah.
We're just messing
You
with
like
you,
two
Mira.
Chardonnays.
And we tried doing that with the rosé, but Harley loved it so much she drank all the tank samples. So I don't have tank samples.
And just by the way, Harley, just so you know, there's 275 people listening right now. That's
We'll get her to come and talk about the rosé. Yeah.
Shane, thank
Cheers.
you. Great job.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
job. Code
Appreciate
Rose, code Chardonnay.
Thank you.
Woohoo! Okay.
Well done.
Love it, love it, love it. That is freaking fantastic. Now, we're going to the biggest category of the night. What time is it, for God's sake?
7:40.
7:40. I was supposed to be done by 6. Awesome.
Oh, as in 45 wines
You're
and
on track.
6 winemaker interviews in 2 hours? As if.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
No,
Okay.
no.
Mira, what do you think of that code, Shard?
Oh, I love it. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I think
By
I'm
the
like
way-
Daryl. I think Daryl and I have that in common with the new oak.
Yeah. No, so wow, super thrilled. Fantastic. Now we're attacking the rosé lineup. At 3,
Are we done with
6, 9.
Chardonnays? Wow.
Yeah,
wow.
I think so.
You know, we're
I think
almost
so.
there. We're almost there. It's rosés. We have
We have a dozen. We have a dozen rosés right here, and after that, I'll have dinner.
Okay.
I feel like
you
my
gotta tell me
breakfast.
something.
Yes,
Have you already tasted the Black Market Chenin Blanc?
I sure did.
What score did you give it? Do you
That
remember?
that was 91 points, I believe. That was the ancestral method. So that's the one that we switch for the Sauvignon Blanc on the list. Was switched to.
Yeah.
So that's not my sheet.
Anyway,
Black Market. I gave it.
the order score of this is off in our list, but I missed that one. But I think we're 31 wines in. Thank you.
Luminescence.
Oh, thank
Black
you.
Market. That's the rosé. Where is the Sauvignon Blanc? I fucking hate
Anyway,
that
don't worry
list
about
so
it. I
bad.
deleted it.
Chenin's not on your list.
I have a Sauvignon Blanc on the list, so that's the one that I.
Anyway. All
Where are
good.
the
So we're
Sauv
into
Blanc?
rosés, and all we have after the rosé is one red. Is that correct?
There's no red.
Mayhem Merlot.
Huh?
Mayhem Merlot.
No, it's Mayhem Rosé,
Ah,
which is 100% Merlot.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mixed that up. I thought there was one red.
No. It's all good. It's all good. You're doing a great job. Thank you. You've done a much better job with the list than I would have done. So I'm grateful for that.
Perfect. So we're on to rosé. So we did things a little different. We ended with the rosé. Many times we start with the rosé as a palate opener, but rosé is an underrated thing. Good year round.
And I think it makes sense with the lineup that we had. I mean,
there we go. So which rosé are you tasting here, Carl Boucher?
we're starting with a Oregon this time. We only have two wines from Oregon, and this is from Chenin Mountain, Chenin Mountain in Oregon.
Chenin Mountains.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. And actually, both of the Oregon wines are from
Exactly. So we're gonna taste Lunescence, and after that, we're gonna put the let's play the Alison Moyes interview, and we're gonna taste Solvero right after. Okay.
Perfect.
So Lunescence, 100% Pinot Noir rosé. It's from the Abisher Vineyard. We have a 12.3% alcohol. 4 months in neutral oak.
Very nice.
Very fluid. It just goes really easy from opening to mid to like the sequence. Just really flows nicely. Great texture, good acid. Yeah. I'm a big fan. I just think it's soft, it's smooth, it's not thick, but it's not lean. It's just the flows absolutely seamless. It's really good. Really good. This is a 90 plus for sure. Yeah, I like that. Yeah. Okay. Let's start with that. I will have a bite or two while we're playing the next interview.
Okay.
And yeah. Let's do that. What do you think?
Finish up with the rosés. Very lovely.
Yeah.
So how many points? Sorry, you gave
90 plus.
90 plus points. Okay, excellent. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Here we have Solvero's winemaker and general manager, Alison Moyes. Previously was at a member favorite winery.
She was at Liquidity before.
Liquidity, that's right.
Yeah.
And now a very special project in the Garnet Valley in Summerland, a whole new region that's just being developed for wine that we are loving everything that's coming from there. So here we go.
Absolutely. Hello, Alison. Great to see you. Always great to see you. Welcome to the show. I felt privileged and I felt compelled. I felt that I had to do that to talk about all the positive of that beautiful release that they're coming out right now from the 2024 vintage. So Alison Moyes from Solvero Winery in the Garnet Valley here in Summerland. Welcome. I'm so glad that you're with me.
Thanks for the invitation, Carl. I'm pretty excited to share this wine with you.
This is awesome. And first and foremost, I look at the label and it's like a different color, different tone of label. So it was kind of planned from the beginning to change a little bit the approach of the packaging for that series.
That's right. We wanted to differentiate this wine to show the difference in the circumstances that we were facing this year. And so we opted to flip the color scheme of the label. So instead of a light background with dark logo, we flipped it so that it was quite distinctive from the rest of the products. And then we tell a bit of the story on the back label, and we have a QR code link that takes you to the website that tells the full story of the vintage with photos and images as well.
Yeah, this is really cool. So before we talk about the selection, the grapes and where it's from, I want to talk. Let's get back to 2024. Let's get back to what happened in your new vineyard because you guys haven't planted, like you're not an established 20-year-old vineyard. We're located here in Summerland in the Garnet Valley. Tell us a little bit about how everything happened. Which temperature did you hit in your vineyard, and what was the effect on your vineyard?
Yeah, so you're right. Our vines are on the younger side. We're coming into the 10th leaf this year. And we had a cold snap in January, just like everywhere else in the Okanagan from top to bottom. Generally, our high elevation vineyard gets to be a bit colder than elsewhere, which tends to mean that our vines are actually acclimatized to colder temperatures than other areas. And so in this cold snap, we didn't see lower lows than other regions, but we did hit minus 26, I believe. And
yeah,
that in any circumstance, the buds are going to be damaged. So we did not see a crop in 2024. But the silver lining is spring is upon us. The sap is flowing. There's life in the vines. We've been working diligently to retrunk everything, and we're hoping for a modest harvest in 2025.
There you go. And I think the good news across the board is the death rate is not as high as what we were expecting. Like when we remember, like in August, like September last year, like there was some news that there might be up to 45% vine deaths. We're not even anywhere near that numbers. How's your home vineyard in the Garden Valley? Do you have to deal with a significant amount of replanting, or it's more about retraining and keep going the way that you were?
It's the latter. We're in a good position. There's not a lot of replants that have to
Ah,
happen.
that's good.
There's a little bit of interplanting here and there, but for the most part, everything is looking good. And one thing to just jump back to the age of the vines is that intuitively, I thought that younger vines might be more susceptible to winter damage, when in fact, it seems that the trend is the opposite, that younger vines are more tolerant. So that put us in a better position as well.
That's cool. That's good to hear. Good to hear. And just to let our people know, if they don't know about Solvero, Allison, you work mostly with Pinot Noir, Pinot Gris, and Chardonnay, correct?
Correct. Yes.
So that leads me to go to now. You knew fairly early on in 2024, last year, that there's not going to be any grapes growing. So you need to find a way to keep the lights on, to keep your team employed and all that. So the authorities, the BC Grape Grower Association, and the whole industry got together and came with some solutions. And Washington State, mostly Oregon also, and a little bit of California opened up, and producers decided to go source down there. You, with your style of wine, and when you think about it, it makes a ton of sense that you didn't go Washington State, you went Oregon, which is much more exactly what you're doing, Pinot Noir, Chardonnay oriented. So how did that decision came to fruition?
Yeah, so you're exactly right. I was looking for a vineyard site that paralleled our style here to a certain degree. And for Pinot Noir, obviously Oregon is a hotspot for that grape variety more so than Washington. That being said, I connected with a broker and we did go visit many vineyards in both Washington and Oregon, and found a producer that had a cross-section of vineyards in different AVAs in Oregon that I would be able to have them farmed to our specifications. And they also had a custom crush facility so that I could be present to direct the pressing and processing of the grapes when they were picked.
So now when you go as far as Oregon, I mean, bringing the grapes on the flatbed all the way back to the Okanagan is a little too risky, right? So you want to have the grape crush on site. You don't want to bring because some people were doing it from, let's say, some close AVAs from Washington State. It was a great option to just harvest the grape, bring the grapes, and crush it here on the crush pad. But all the way down to Oregon, I think it was a little too risky, correct?
Yeah, I thought juice was bringing juice in was the least risky option.
Yeah.
That being said, we did get it on refrigerated trucks, and it was here overnight. So I opted just to do white wine because of that. So we did a rosé and a traditional method sparkling wine that will come out in a couple of years, and some Chardonnay as well.
That is pretty cool. And so what we have here, the Pinot Noir Rosé. Tell me a little bit more about the AVAs. Where is coming from exactly, and what was your approach on that?
Yeah, so this Pinot Noir, so this rosé is made with 100% Pinot Noir, and it comes from a vineyard called Abershire Vineyard, which is in the Chehalim Mountains AVA.
Chehalim Mountain.
Part of the Willamette larger area. And this was a spectacular vineyard. We really should check it on the website. There's just some beautiful images. It's a gentle slope that overlook with a view of Mount Hood, which is kind of the defining geological form in the area, on Jura soils, which is a little bit different than our soil type here, but the elevation and the cool climate style of these grapes really parallels what we do out here in Garnet Valley. So went out in, it was late June, to visit all of the different vineyards to pick out ones that I really felt were up to our standards and would produce fruit that fit with the style that we were trying to make. And then I went back out for almost 3 weeks, actually, as we were getting close to harvest, so that I could do my own grape sampling and taste the fruit, make the call to harvest, and then be there from start to finish. I was in the winery sorting grapes on the sorting table and tasting off the press cuts at the press, and getting it into tank to settle, and then onto refrigerated trucks. And then got in my car and drove as fast as the truck to get back in time to receive the totes at the other end.
And when you got the totes, that was the time to finalize the thing. Did you put the wine in barrels or anything, or it's just fully stainless steel, crisp and sharp? How did you finish that wine?
Yeah, so there is a little bit of neutral barrel. It's about 75% stainless and 25% barrel, just to build up a little bit of a texture in there. Yeah, and those were spontaneous fermentations in barrel. And I did add some yeast to the stainless, a little bit of lees stirring with the barrels, and then blended that together. But one of the key things, I was really glad that I was on site for the pressing, because that for rosé to me is one of the most critical stages in decision making. And we were destemming and doing some skin contact, and then the color was just starting to get too dark. So in real time, I kind of made the decision, okay, let's switch to whole cluster and put the whole grape clusters in the press, and we ended up with just the perfect color and flavor combination.
That's awesome. It looks really pretty. It looks super, I have to say, it looks sexy. I really like that. So I can't wait to give it a try. But yeah, it's a great story. So that was you packing your car, going down there, managing the whole thing, calling the pick, crushing the grape on site, and chasing back here the truck to make sure you finalize the wine here. So in a nutshell, that's pretty much a Solvero story in Chenin Mountain, Oregon, for the 2024 Rosé.
That's right.
That is awesome. That is awesome. So, Allison, thank you so much. I love this story. And you know what? This wine, tell people where they can find that wine.
This wine is exclusively available through our tasting room. So go online on the website, place your order, or come out and see us in Garnet Valley.
Awesome. Thank you, Allison. You rock. That is great. I really enjoyed the story. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks, Carl.
Thank you.
Woohoo!
It's all about the stories, right?
I love the stories. It's so good.
I mean, it brings so much more into that whole, oh my God, That's the Solvero you just got here. So now it brings the human element behind that crafted in BC terminology. Nothing that was wrong about the terminology, but listening to the stories, listening to the process, to the thought process of the wineries and the winemakers, is just make it so much more, like I say, human. And I
Here's the
love.
thing. I mean, really, when it comes down to it, if we had more access to the Washington state wines in BC regularly, I would probably be curious to check it out. But it's interesting like that, right? Just like in Alberta, they don't access a lot of the BC wines. In Ontario, they don't get to taste a lot of the Nova Scotia wines. You just don't get to do that as often. So with this, it's like our favorite BC winemakers are making wine from a slightly different terroir. It's fascinating.
It is, and it's also like all the effort, everything that they've done to make it as the best way possible, right? To make it their own. It was just not contracting someone down there, receiving the
Yeah.
wine already made here, and just called it it's ours. No. When you look at it, when you listen to it, you see the attention to details, the relationship building aspect of it, the knowledge of the terroir, and so yeah, it really warms me up to
I love
hear
it.
to
And
listen.
what's fun is I just feel like there needs to be a bit of a road trip at some point, so maybe we'll do that. I don't know. But now we have all these great wineries that we can say, hey, we tasted a wine from your AVA, from your vineyard, right? That we can go visit there. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. So what wine are you going to taste, or are you tasting? What are you on there?
The Solvero wine.
Ah, that makes
We just
sense.
listened. We just listened to Allison. So
So tell us about that wine. I'm going to put a little info here.
this is the same source of grapes as the Lunescence. So
Right.
the Abisher vineyard in Chenin Mountain in Oregon. So, and this is, to be honest, this is the same profile. When you taste both side by side, I
Well,
mean,
same vineyard, right? So
this is like they are definitely cousins. Look at the spec. I mean, the spec are similar. These are like, this is a great wine. I'm going with the same score. I mean, these are almost twin brothers. So, and on the palate, it's fairly similar as well. So I like it.
there you
It's
go.
fluid. It's seamless. Like it just like goes so well from a nice bright opening to there's a chord here, to a nice mid palate and beautiful finish. So I go with 90 plus, same score as the other one. And I have Rob's coming back. I mean, I tell you how good of a podcaster I am, so they keep coming back and want to talk to me. So
Ah, that's awesome. Thank you, Rob. Because we have yet another. Rob, you made quite a few wines, but very, very small batch, right?
Yes. Yeah,
Like-
most of the wines we're making this year are in the sort of 100 to 125 case production.
Wow.
We have 200 cases, 225 cases of the rosé, and we'll have about 200 or so of our Chenin Blanc table wine. But yeah, they're all relatively small production.
So another paint tape. So sorry, I love that. Tell me what we have here.
Cinsault.
So
Yeah.
like the Provence in a glass.
Yes.
So Horse Heaven Hills.
Yeah. So this, I don't know, Mira, if you're listening, you could maybe pull up that picture of the vineyard
Yes.
with me, with
the St. Andrews Vineyard. This
yeah, Jeff Andrews. So that's and there's the second picture we actually, so that's us standing at the top of the vineyard. No, that one, that's the Chenin Blanc vineyard. There we go.
Oh, okay.
So those crosses you see there, that is one of the highest points in the whole Columbia Valley. That and the Andrews family have been farming that land for for generations, multiple generations. And they planted, they put up those 3 crosses, I think in the 1950s and 1960s. And long before they were farming grapes. And then they built all the vineyards around that particular site. So that's me with the owner, Jeff Andrews, Todd, who's the viticulturist, and Raymond, who's the winemaker for Truth Wines, which is their small brand.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, yeah, this is we're looking at the length. Okay, so now we just have a Pinot Noir rosé. It was really well made, very well made, super seamless. Such a different profile.
Mhm.
Oh my, like this is very different. Like we're talking more. This is more like if you look at the classics, right? Like the Russian River Valley and the versus Provence. Now everything is from the mid palate onward. The lingering finish, the crispness, the
It's got a bright entry, but it builds.
it builds up.
It builds and it builds and it builds.
Uh-huh.
And this is like, so we did.
Oh.
Can I have a minute here to talk about how we made this? Because
Yes, please. Yes, please.
This is the first time we machine harvested grapes. We've always handpicked our grapes, and almost all of the other grapes we got from Washington were handpicked. But this was machine picked, and it was done purposely because it's a really, really fast process. So we contracted a 1 acre block, and for us to bring a crew in to pick that by hand would take several hours, if not half a day. And the grapes sit in their whole bunches in these big 1/2-ton fermenters, and they warm up and whatever. It took 45 minutes. So they started the machine harvest at 5 a.m. and by 5:45, the bins were in the cold storage at the winery.
So that's
Harvested and destemmed.
That's funny you mentioned that because no later, like on Wednesday, we had an interview with Elisa Massey, the winemaker at Malibu.
Yeah.
And she's exactly what she was saying. Everybody's talking about hand harvesting and hand harvesting. Like
Yeah.
this block, I like to harvest it with machine because I can do it fast. And that's the importance, especially with Cinsault, especially with that for rosé, you want to do it quick to keep the freshness and the acidity.
Exactly. The grapes are cold. And so machine harvesting can be a little bit rougher on the grapes than hand harvesting, there's no question. But I'm cold soaking them anyways to get some color extraction. So having a little bit of that berry cracking at the outset is fantastic. So that skin contact happened the minute those grapes came off of the cluster. Yeah. So we had 6 hours, about 6 hours between when we started the pick at 5. So call it 6 a.m. The grapes are in the winery. It was about noon when we started to load the press with these grapes. So that's 6 hours of skin contact on Cinsault. I had no idea how long it was going to take. I've never worked with this grape before, so this was a complete unknown for me.
Oh, that is so
Yeah.
cool. The build up from the mid onward is just so cool. It is so good. There is loads of like lingering white pepper.
Yeah, there's a spiciness in the finish. We're only about 12. I think it's about 12.4. I think is what the alcohol is. So it's for rosé, maybe that's a little bit on the higher side, but it's not hot. But what surprises me the most is the orange character, the clementine, the mandarin, a little bit of that peel on the finish.
Oh,
yeah, I love Cinsault. I wish
that is so cool. That is so cool. I know that there's one vineyard on the Naramata bench. In OK Falls, maybe.
Synchromesh has some Cinsault. And I believe Lakeside in the Soyuz has.
Lakeside does.
That's all I've seen here.
Wow. This is awesome. 92 points.
Oh, cheers.
Yeah, this is freaking good.
Awesome.
This is so good.
That's a fantastic.
Oh, that's a fantastic wine.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah, one of the very top wine there tonight.
Awesome.
This is really freaking awesome.
Thank you.
Wow.
Cheers.
There, you're done for the night. Yeah, there's a cord right here. Oh, that is good. Did you have a sip, Mira?
I don't. Yes, I guess if that's what this is here.
There you go. Oh, that is so good.
Stairs.
She does.
Okay. Now we're gonna do 100% Grenache.
Well done.
Okay.
Oh, that's good. I'm pretty sure I have a Cinsault.
Oh, that market, the lingering. Oh, that lingers. It's so good.
Yeah, you've been like skimpier and skimpier on your scores, Carl. I think a couple of years ago, this would have been a 93 a couple of years ago.
Blessed Church.
Well, my co-host is kind of complaining about my scores now. Yeah.
Well, I mean, not vastly different, but I'm pretty sure this would have been a 93 pointer like 2 years ago. Anything's the same. So, okay, 92. Okay,
Yeah.
92 on your scale, 93 on mine. That's fine.
Now we're going with Blasted Church, the Grenache Rosé here. 400 cases made, 12 and a half alcohol. It's well balanced. There's a little bit more sweetness on the front end than what I just taste. It's a little bit more candy, but starts sweeter, but gets bone dry. So a little bit of backward here. It's interesting. It's good.
Same AVA, okay? Horse Heaven Hills. So
Horse Heaven Hills. Okay. Do we have any vineyard designation? No, I don't think so.
Andrew's Family Vineyards, same vineyard.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
Same vineyard we was just talking about.
So, Rob, that's funny enough. The following wine here is from the same vineyard than yours. Than what? Yeah.
What's this way?
Andrew, Blasted Church Grenache. Yeah. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. So now we're tasting same vineyard with Grenache from a different winery. So everything's going full circle here. That's pretty cool.
To answer Greg's question, yes. But actually, Gary, not Greg. Gary, I have you down for the draw here at the end for the prize, the door prize. Gary's asking if everyone's lined up for the partial bottles at the end. The funny thing is we do taste most of these the second day as well. So we might jump on an impromptu live tomorrow and taste a few more. Sometimes they evolve on the second day.
Yeah, they sure do. And that's why we have a different group coming over tomorrow. We have the hockey parents coming over tomorrow. There you go. We have the Nighthawk parents are coming over tomorrow afternoon.
So truly, I mean, sometimes you rate a wine at 90 points. The second day, you're like, that's at least 91 or even more.
Yeah, no, it does happen. I have a guy that I really like. We often get the same score around here, him and I. Clay, come on here for a second. I would like to bring Clay in a little bit, just to bring some of his aspect and his feedback here.
Hey, Carl.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks. It's been a hell of a night.
Yeah, you've been here almost since the beginning. So, what's your take so far?
Well, the first take I got was, I keep hearing, well, this wine is Washington and this wine is Oregon. Honestly, it's BC wine. If you look, we wouldn't say a painter was making an Italian painting because he used Italian ink.
It's right.
That's
true. I love your passion and your take, Clay. I mean, it's true. You know who says this? Mark Simpson was the first person I heard say this. He says, talent is part of terroir, right? Yes. And how you do things, your experience, your perspective, that matters too, right?
Yeah, you can put a label on anything, but if you didn't build it, the person who built it, I think, gets the credit. Yes, we're a terroir. Yes, we've got grapes from all over the place. And let me tell you, these are fantastic wines, some of these. The Solvero blew me away. The Black Market just now.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was speechless.
Like the Code. Yeah. The Code Shark.
Well, Shea is up and coming. Shea is.
Oh, yeah. Like, is there any other, like, you see, like, completely stands out?
I mean, my list. Fort Barons.
There you go. Hey, Fort Barons. I had the same conversation with Luke Whitall just before he left. He said, "You saw like same here for him." He's like, "Oh my God, these Fort Barons absolutely like knocked my socks off."
So number one so far has been the Code Shark.
Yep.
To me, and number two, I'm running with the Riverstone Sauvignon Blanc. Unbelievable. Third was the Code. Oh, no, that was number two. That was number one. Fort Barons again, number three. Albarino, Terra Vista. I mean,
Yeah.
holy man.
I know, eh? So like we're fairly similar on the bunch. Like the Terra Vista, the Grand Island was like holy smokes.
So I'm putting our scores side by
Yeah.
side here. I'm consistently 1 point. 1 point. We're 1 point away, all the way up and down.
Yeah.
There's almost nothing different.
Yeah. So this, yeah. I mean, like we're not done yet. We still have like what 8 wines to go. But my assessment here is our winemakers have done an incredible job.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If we went to a farmer's market today and we said, okay, I'm going to go over to that woodworker. And look at this guy. He makes these beautiful boards and things, and he's got one that's made out of acai. Well, we don't grow that in BC. I'm sorry, but you wouldn't say that he didn't make it.
Yeah.
Right? Like that would be a BC product or somebody carved something. So
if you look at the price point, I mean, these are appealing for a consumer too.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, the quality, the price point, and for me, the biggest thing is the passion of our winemaker. You talk to them, and it's not like, oh shit, I had to do it. No. We all came around and say, no, we're proud of it. We're happy. We're excited. We're still excited to taste it. And
exactly. And times come and go, but the wine will endure.
Yeah.
Right. Like we're going to be tasting some of these wines in 4 or 5 years. And in 5 years, we're not going to have an orange man bothering us from below. So these wines will endure.
Yeah.
You know, that's part of what I'm saying. These are fantastic wines across the board.
Across the board.
Yeah. The Salvero Rosé. Unbelievable. So many up and comers here. And you can see the skill level. They've taken wines. Well, Rob again, who was just on, he's taken grapes that he's never worked with. So take a risk like that.
I know.
You know, some people have had 15 years of Sauvignon Blanc. They've had 25 years with other things. And he's like, okay, well, to hell with it. I'm going to do 9 wines I've never done before.
Yeah, and people will like when I hear people complaining and say, "Oh, I can't believe that they do that with American grape." I mean, it's so short-sighted. And no, I think it's such a great time to support our people and to enjoy these wines because it's like we're saying they're good. They're freaking good.
And these wineries, if we want them to exist 5 years from today, we need to shop local. I write BC Wine Review. You spend $1 in the province, it produces $7 of benefit downstream. This is not different.
That's the money that we pay for these wines. The money doesn't go in Donald Trump's pocket. I mean,
I have to say something, you guys. I appreciate everything you've said, Clay. And one thing that I have to say is how proud I am of Canadians of just intuitively understanding that this is the case and that we need to support these wineries. I posted about 24 hours ago in that big Made in Canada group, you know, that one that grew to like 1.2 million within a week. And in 24 hours, I have only had 2 sort of negative comments and 2 people who said, yeah, I might not buy these. I really just like my BC wine. The other 400 or so comments were overwhelmingly positive, and
400 comments in less than 24 hours.
Yeah.
300 or 400, or I don't know what it's at now. I've stopped checking about 12 hours ago because I had to go to sleep. Or whatever that is, 18 hours ago because I had to go to sleep late last night. But like 99% of the people on that group are saying, you know what, we totally get it. If we like Canadian wine, if we like BC wine, this is how we support our favorite wineries.
Yeah, you know, I have to make an admission, which is my wife told me not to, but 48 hours ago we were visiting family in Minnesota, and you know this is family. Your family can be across the border, it can be here, it could be in Europe. It doesn't matter where it is. We're all related here. You know, it's not like those winery owners and grape growers down in Washington are not cousins.
They're not enemies.
They're not enemies.
And they're farmers, right?
Yeah.
They do the same thing that the guys are doing.
And you know, to be honest, they had 200,000 tons of excess capacity last year.
Yeah.
And BC helped take some of that off their hands. So, you know, we did them some favors. They did us some favors because we didn't have any grapes for the year. But I don't know. I think there's too much negativity. We have nice wine. We have good people making it. We've got some outstanding results from the combination.
Absolutely.
And I think we should support them.
Thanks for coming.
Cheers.
Cheers.
It's been a great night.
Thank
Have
you.
a great night, people.
Thank you. Okay.
Cheers. Thanks so much.
There you go. So now let's move on. We have the second wines from Shea Code here. We have the Grower Series back. Which grape do
Yeah, so this is the Grenache Cinsault Syrah.
Oh yeah, that's the GSM. Yeah.
Woo! Well, there's a GCS.
Yeah. GCS, exactly. Yeah. Okay.
Good try.
So.
But it's aged in neutral French and stainless. So. Wow, thank you. Is this or the GCS? That's code.
There you go.
I'm back.
See, he's back. He's back. What a great texture. Oh, mouthfeel, weight. Okay, so we heard a little bit of the story. Now we have a Cuvée Rosé here, 2024 vintage. She's back with me.
Thank you.
So same region. Are you still in the Rattlesnake Hill area, or you
For the
went
Syrah.
for the GCC or whatever?
Yeah. Grenache, Cinsault, Syrah.
GCS.
Yeah. So Syrah from Rattlesnake Hills area, again
Okay.
a little bit cooler area.
Yeah.
And then Grenache and Cinsault from Wahluke Slope.
Okay.
So a little
Okay.
warmer area.
Yeah.
And so this is 40% Grenache, 30 of Cinsault, and 30 of Syrah. Yeah.
Okay.
And and so from a winemaking perspective, stainless ferments, and then we put the Cinsault in neutral oak and weekly batonnage just to fatten it up a little bit. And I think I was sharing this with you. Our good buddy Daniel Bonteron,
there you go,
the Grand Master of Rosé, was providing a little bit of guidance to the grasshopper.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to bring that point. For years, since we started the club, Daniel's been rated my highest rosé almost every year. The Tractor and Vines, Seven Direction always been one of the very top rosé in Canada.
Yeah.
And you guys have developed a relationship over the years.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he was mentoring.
He was trying to teach me on the basics of rosé here. So yeah.
And I mean, the result is spectacular.
Oh,
The result is that what stands out to me, it's the mouthfeel.
right.
Definitely.
And I think this is the Cinsault in barrel
And the batonnage, the green. What? Okay, let's explain to our people the batonnage.
Yeah.
Baton for stick, right?
Yep.
Getting the stick in the tub.
Yep.
And stirring up the lees.
Stirring up the lees in the barrel. Yeah.
So what does it do? Create the mouthfeel.
Yeah, it's a rounder texture, fill in the mid palate, make it a longer wine, so that it's not quite so sharp. So we wanted to again stay with our house style, which was like obviously a very dry, bright rosé, but we wanted that extra mouthfeel, and that's what Daniel really helped guide on what we needed to do. And it was the Cinsault in particular that he had guided us that's really what we should be focused on. So yeah, pretty excited about the way it turned out. And like I said, I wish we had the tank sample because I think this is even more expressive. But yeah.
Harley.
Yeah, exactly. I said, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. That's fantastic wine. This is a 91 point rosé. I absolutely love that. We're talking here like outstanding quality of wine. Like now we had the Lunescence and the Solvero, absolutely top notch. We went with the
Black Market
Black
was
Market,
amazing.
one of the very top wine of the night. This is more on texture. This is more on sequence, I would say. Fantastic. Well done. 91 points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now you go enjoy. Okay, you're done.
Cheers.
You're done.
Such a great wine. Oh my gosh. So I don't know if you did this intentionally. How could you have known? You didn't taste any of these wines before, Carl Boucher, but you saved some of the best till last. Like some of these rosés are a real surprise, aren't they?
Absolutely. And this rosé, there's like that classic Grenache coming out on the back end too. Pretty strawberry. but that white pepper that you get from that Rhone also comes up. Really, 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 really top notch. From Code, we'll stay in Okanagan Falls and we're gonna do Mayhem. So Mayhem Rosé. Now we are on Syrah, I believe, if I remember correctly. Let me check here. No, not at all. 100% Merlot. Completely wrong. Waluk Slope AVA, 79% stainless steel aged, 21 punch and French for 4 months. Standard kind of a process here at Mayhem. Let's see. Merlot always intrigued when we come to a Merlot rosé, right? There's always that, hey, what's gonna happen here?
I'll tell you why. Because the first time we did our rosé tasting marathon, just like this, we tasted about 40, 50 rosés live. And it was the Merlot rosés that scored the lowest out of the whole set of varietals, right?
But as always, also they were all Saigné method, right? They were all bleed,
so we
all
didn't give
heavier. This is good. This is very good. This is a 90 points. Definitely. Mayhem, Rosé, Merlot, 90 points. It's not too heavy. It's very, very well priced. There's a lightness to it. Which I like. Too often the Merlot rosés are heavy and this is fresh and light, so I'll take that all day long. This is another kind of a by the case type of thing at $21. It's very well made. 91 point, definitely over deliver its price point. That's very important to mention.
Very nice. Where are we going next? Are we going to Hester Creek? Are we going to Moraine?
Where do you want to go?
Did you already do the Blasted Church rosé?
I sure did. I
Okay.
gave it it's the 100% Grenache, and I gave it 100 points. 90 points. Sorry.
Getting tired. Okay.
Okay, let's get back to Moraine here. Moraine 11.6. We have this is Lodi fruit. So Lodi, California.
Grenache as well. So
Grenache as well. You're right.
We so rarely see Grenache in BC. What's so special about Grenache?
I got a ton of herbs on the nose.
Okay, tell me more. Tell me more.
Herbaceous, grassy, herbaceous.
I notice it's low in alcohol, 11.6.
Yeah, wonky almost.
Oh,
it's going to her.
Like
undelivered.
Super passion fruit, but herbaceous, like herb, like dry herbs. Super weird.
Thank you to John Daniel, who just brought me up another rosé.
It's just that great.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm still on there.
Grapefruit with sugar.
Yeah, tons of grapefruit.
Yep. Really sticks that with it.
$27. The pick and press in August. So that was the 30th of August, and by the time the wine came from Lodi, it was fermented in the Okanagan 3 days later. So they press, pick and press, brought the juice, settled down here, and they fermented at the winery on the Naramata bench. To me, there's a little candy on the back end.
I love that. It's so interesting. It's very intriguing.
Yeah, a little like, maybe like chocolate, like strawberry dip in chocolate, something like that.
They should call it candy.
Yeah, there's some candy here. I will go with the $27 before tax. I will go at 89 points here with the Moraine, because it's getting late. I will start to fly a little bit more, a little faster. Let's move on to the Slackline Rosé from Tightrope here. Okay, we have 100% Syrah. Okay, from the Han Hill Vineyard in Yakima Valley. So Yakima again, just next to the Horace Evan Hills, south of the Columbia Valley. That is really Syrah on the nose. This is really cool. I like that.
And it's the Han Hill Vineyard, okay? Single vineyard wine.
I really like that. There's body, but there's lightness. There's the proper alcohol level. I really like that. I really, really like that. This is a 91 points. I love that. It nailed it on the collar. To me, that 12 under 12.5 bring that lightness and that acid that it's great to extract that out of Yakima. Yeah, I love that. Tightrope. I am going 91 point. I really like that. I really like that.
Awesome.
It's fresh. There's that savoriness too. I've seen a lot of fruit bomb tonight. Lots of fruit. This is savory. This is a little different. There's almost like then also a little bit of tannin.
Close.
Yeah.
My fork's in it.
Yeah, I like the finish, a little tannin on the finish. Really good. Clos du Soleil Rosé. Now, with Clos du Soleil, we have Sangiovese.
I love the rare
Sangio. So,
baby.
Sangiovese here. Let me see, where did we get that from? Yakima as well. All stainless steel.
Estates. Okay. I'm gonna put the map up for a second.
It's smoky on the nose.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah, I mean like smoky, like not like campfire, but smoky
Because
like grill.
The funny thing is that smoky grilled meat, these sorts of things, barbecue, not a bad thing in other parts of the world, but in the Okanagan,
but from the Okanagan, when people hear smoky, it's like, oh, they shit, I can't.
Yeah, so smoky like a barbecue. I like that. Sometimes like we were out in the neighborhood the other day and someone was grilling meat, and that smell?
It'd be nice food, barbecue
food. Yes, nice barbecue food. Richard, you made it in time for the door prize draw. I'm adding your name. Always such awesome energy. Looking forward to watching this later on. That's awesome. Richard, he might have been here tonight, but I think is suffering a bit of a flu. So I'm glad.
Yeah, exactly. Wish he was here. We had some great wine, Richard, but I know he's here in spirit with us.
Yes.
This wine, I'm still on Clos du Soleil here. It's an intriguing wine. Very good. It's like a crescendo. Really start slow and it builds up and builds up and builds up. It's very interesting. Also a little bit of savoriness, smoky. There's that light strawberry. I mean, I don't know the price. It's not on the market yet, but it's a 90 plus to me. I mean, doesn't matter how much, you can put that at $30. I'm okay with that. This is a high quality rosé. It's not spectacular. It's not like, wow. No, it's just a great wine. So I don't know if it makes sense what I just said, but
There's a lot going on in the palate.
Yeah, lots going on. The bright acid, which I look for in every single wine, it's right there.
Well, one of the things that's interesting is I think probably all these wines we've tasted today have been recently bottled, right? So that's part of why we're going to taste them tomorrow. And we might even jump on live again with our findings, is because, these wines are going to evolve a lot over the course of the summer, over the next couple of years.
Now we're gonna go to the Here and There series again. Forbearance.
I mean, they have been just so. What was the score for the Clos du Soleil?
90 plus.
Okay.
90 plus. So
Forbearance. So wine number 39.
it's 100% Syrah.
I took one sip. Thank you.
Very raspberry on the nose.
I think John Daniel just brought me the Fort Barons. I think.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you. This is Syrah, which I got a soft spot for Syrah.
I know you do.
And Grenache and Cinsault and Chenin Blanc and all these rare, and Sangiovese, all these rare wines that we don't get a lot of sometimes up here in the Okanagan. So this is the Here and There Rosé, which has been killing it tonight from Fort Barons. Like, great value, great wine. Holy. Syrah, 100% Syrah. Walouk slopes.
I mean, it might be the lowest scored wine of Fort Barons all night. But still, still meet this price point. It's still deliver. I mean, at 23.49, it over deliver. It's not the most spectacular wine of the night. It's good. It's enjoyable. It's refreshing. This is good. This is a 90 point. Okay.
Okay, got it.
This is a 90
point.
point.
You only have like 5 wines left, Carl Boucher. Then we're gonna give away a door prize, and we're all done. Look at that.
Yeah, I only have 2 left.
Is there something in the fridge?
You only have 2? Okay, I missed a few then. I'm at 39. You're at 43 or something. Okay. We'll catch up those scores.
We'll catch up later. I have the 2 darkest wine that Karen here just lined them all up, all the rosés from the lightest in color to the darkest. So now I have the Vilicus.
Malbec, right?
Okay.
Vilicus rosé.
From Noble Ridge. Okay, we've had a few of the Vilicus line.
Yeah, Noble Ridge, 500 cases.
Slopes, also a Luke Slope, which we just tasted one from there.
100% Malbec.
So Walouk Slope.
Oh, I love the nose. The nose.
Do you see Walouk Slope on there? Where the heck is it? Oh, middle right.
Walouk Slope. Yeah, okay. A little, like it's more central.
Yeah, middle right.
I love the nose of that Malbec Rosé. Absolutely love it. You know who makes great Malbec Rosé? I think it was Corsolat. The Oracle.
Oh yeah.
I believe that Oracle
we have loved that wine the last few years. Yes.
I love the nose of that Vilicus.
Daryl, we found you what might be the top scorer of the night, top scorer so far. And guess what? It has new French oak in it. It's a Chardonnay. We'll have to bring you a bottle. Yeah, unless you get your hands on it before then. It's from Code Wines.
This is full body rosé. That Vilicus, it's very full body. It's tannic. It's crisp, but there's a little sweetness. Like the edges are sweet, more cherry than what I tasted earlier, like with the crab apple, the rhubarb. This is a little bit more cherry, maraschino cherry, but it's heavier. Let me see here in terms of spec. Vilicus,
it's fantastic price. That's for sure.
Yeah, though that's the thing, right? That's the thing. At $21 is hard to to be a dick with it. I mean, I would like to say, oh, it's too sweet or this and that. There's one thing at 13.5, it's a little heavier, but I would do 89
So
plus with
different.
that.
It's so nice. I mean, that's the thing about these rare varietals, right? You 89 plus is what you're doing?
89 pluses, and now we're gonna finish with Hester Creek.
Oh, I
Franc.
definitely missed a couple wines. Okay, we'll catch up later.
Yeah,
so
we'll
Hester
catch up.
Creek Cap Franc,
That was all of it. That's everything.
rosé.
That's yeah. I have everything on my sheet. It's all filled. So look at that color of the Cap Franc Rosé here. Darker, like more extraction. I believe that's probably a bleed method.
Saignée.
Huh? 3 days. 3 days on skin. Okay, there you go. There you go. Cold soak, 3 days on skin. So here is what you have: a darker, more fruit
I have it
forward.
here too. Thank you to Karen for just like being so on the ball or on the balls. As Carl
On
would
the
say.
balls because there's more than one. Come on. Right?
You got it.
There's two here.
S makes a difference.
Come on, that S. Hey?
He's always said on the balls, and I'm like, every time he says it, I laugh.
Because there's two.
It's
true.
What kind of
There's
saying
two.
is that? What kind of English saying? We have very strange sayings in English.
Yeah, I mean, this is stupid. Okay.
All right.
Much more red fruit here on the nose. Fantastic price point as well at $22.
So Daryl got auto corrected. It says very travel looking. He probably means very Tavel looking for the last rosé we just had, I guess, for the Noble Ridge.
Very Tavel. Oh, Tavel.
Yeah.
Tavel, it's an appellation down south in the south of in Provence. So Tavel will use some Cinsault, also some Carignan. So anyway, okay. The color is misleading here. Okay. This is fresh. It's light on its feet. It's
12%.
red.
It's 12%
It's
alcohol.
red berry. Well, because we need to be careful when you just judge by the color. Lighter color doesn't mean necessarily lighter wine, right? And that's the proof here. Much darker color, longer skin contact, but the wine is light. The wine is fruity, but the wine is fun and expressive, bright acid, which I'm looking for, and this completely deliver. This is another patio ponder, like something that, like you crush that outside when it's warm, and with some like fruit, like salad with goat cheese and grilled blue cheese. Okay, blue cheese. Yes, chef.
You know what? Yes, if there was some blue cheese, and you know what? That
Yeah,
and
I love that.
cheddar, the sharp cheddar that somebody brought downstairs there, would go with this too.
I like that. Yeah, really nice surprise. As a old world, like when you spend so many years working with old world wine, you look at the rosés, especially from the Provence, from the Côte du Rhône, lighter color, and yeah, no, this surprised me. I really like that. I'm giving it a 90 points. Yes,
cool.
absolutely.
Very cool.
I love that.
This is what I love about your style, Carl, is that you don't get hung up over like, oh, rosé has to be light, otherwise I don't like it and I don't rate it high.
Now,
there's different styles, right?
There is, and I'm not there to judge the style. I'm there to judge what's in the glass, right? Maybe it's not totally my style, but it can be an excellent wine, a very well made, well built wine, even if it's not the style that I would drink here on a personal level. This is a completely different business here. And yeah, so I like that. I like what I've seen tonight. I love what we've done. I love the positive vibe that we have in the house here. There's a lot of excitement.
Love it.
And
I love it also. Okay, so we had people leaving comments, and guess what? We're going to do a door prize at Enovino. And Daryl saying yes, Tavel, as in darker color.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So here's the thing. If you are in the house, in the behind the scenes, in the backstage here at Carl's Wine Club, you've been tasting these wines. So I think that's prize enough. But I entered everyone who I know is here. As far as I know, if you're here, I entered you. So, and also the comments, people who left comments. So Bill, you made it just in time. I got your name. So this is for an Enovino wine aerator. Oh no, my screen's not showing it. Let me just show you real quick what the heck I mean. We didn't use it that much today, the Enovino, did we, Carl?
I didn't have time to do that today.
Nope. No, but you know what's funny? I was like, I need a picture of the Enovino because we're gonna give one away. Great news, insider news. Enovino is gonna sponsor the Pan Canadian Masterclass.
There you go, Marcel Morgenstern.
Niagara. The place to be if you want to taste Canadian wine from coast to coast with winemakers, with total wine nerds, like people who geek out on wine. I mean, people like this, look, who open all these wines just to taste them.
That's a heck of a crew there.
There you go. So that's happening, and Enovino has confirmed they're going to sponsor again, which is really good because we're going to have so many reds that need to be decanted that there'd be no way to do that without an Enovino. So I looked up, I Googled Enovino, right? And guess what comes up? Enovino, Carl's Wine Club, and Black Market Wine Company.
That is awesome.
We use it when we pour every day.
There you go. You know, I know a few wineries like De Silva use them at every red that they pour. Tightrope use them. Black Market use them at every pour.
And here's an example of something.
Hey, Esther Creek sell it at their tasting room. Yes. So there's a bunch of people in the house here today. Even his product was shaped and manufactured all in Ontario. There's a lot of our winery here who use the Enovinos in the Okanagan, so it's really cool.
Yeah, so I was going to say it's not manufactured in Ontario.
Yeah.
It is manufactured probably in China. I don't even know.
Yeah,
but
I know.
Designed and completely supports Ontario people and Canadian people across Canada. So lots of wineries using this awesome tool. It's the best one that we've come across because it doesn't melt in your dishwasher and all that kind of stuff. So we're going to send you one in the mail, or if you're here, we're going to let you walk home with one. Let's see who commented and gets one of these.
Megan is like, I want it. That's Harley. Harley Cole.
Harley Cole, congratulations. You know,
Harley just won the prize.
You won the Enovino.
That's awesome.
She's like, I thought I won a bottle of wine.
Well, we will very soon have a Carl's Wine Club 5th anniversary wine that we might give out as a prize here and there.
Hey, I want to say thank you to everyone who hung out with us on the web space tonight, everywhere in the internet. Thank you for joining us, for tuning in with us, commenting, and being part of what we do. This was a very important night tonight for the BC wineries. I don't want to make it more important that we are. It's not the point, but the message was very important. The message was critical because it's outside of the whole political spectrum and everything that's happening out there. The wines in the bottles are freaking fantastic. Our winemakers are excited about the craft that they've done, about the product that they put in the bottle in our glass. These guys are proud. These guys have done a great job. Not only the winemakers, the viticulturists, the vineyard crew, the cellar hands, the whole people, all BC people who kept our industry going in a very tough year. Actually, a stretch of 2 years where we had a hard time to get grapes. I mean, this was a heck of a job that they've done with fruit that they've never worked with.
Yeah.
Let's keep that in mind. Let's sit on that and let's keep supporting our favorite people. So that's the message here. Okay?
Absolutely.
Before we let go, my top 5 of the night. Number one, Rob Hammersley, Black Market Montpellier Rosé. Number 2, Cold Wine, Chardonnay. That's number 2. That's number 2. Okay. Okay, I have a number 1, a 91 here. I have a 91 here.
That's amazing.
I have another 91. Good. So I have like 3 or 4 91 points. I need to mention Fort Barons. It's probably out of 4 wines, 3 of their wines rated 90 plus or better. Fort Barons did an incredible job of showcasing different. I have here Jan's top 5. Number 1 is Code. Number 2 is Riverstone. Number 3 is Black Market. Cold Rosé is number 4. And Terra Vista Albarino, the Grand Island. That's one of my top 3 as well. The Terra Vista is number 5. So we've seen some common choice around here. That was an outstanding night here at the Carl's Wine Club HQ.
Very
so
fun.
Mira Boucher, you did a heck of a job.
You too, Carl.
You have absorbed a shitload of wine, and you're
being
still
around it
standing.
by osmosis. Yeah.
This is fucking awesome.
Well, thanks so much, you guys, for stopping by. It was great. See you guys soon.
Okay, Canadian wine lovers, Carl's Wine Club members. Thank you. See you next time.